There's a bunch of military equipment and trucks behind me. This is from the National Guard. Thousands of them now making their way.
anybody that's meeting has to be on that side.
Who said that?
That's the orders that we got.
Can I talk to your PIO?
The highest ranking right now is the guy right there in the middle. I can go get him if you want.
Sure.
Hi, we're just enforcing rules here, and we're not supposed to have media on this side.
So the street's not closed or anything.
It doesn't matter. You know, the federal building has rules in place.
I know, but if the sidewalk is not part of the public sidewalk.
This area is under regulations right now.
All right.
I can't really talk to you even, so I mean I can go get somebody from the federal building.
Sure.
What'd they tell you?
That it's closed. That it might, they aren't really explaining like the sort of rationale behind it, and I don't know. He said he can go get someone, and then I said okay, and then I left. So, but I don't. I mean, like I don't really hear them inside. Yeah, it's like obviously that's not.
I think the only excuse they probably have is like beyond the concrete is technically federal property, I think. So that may be what they're trying to say, but I know you're on this side. You're
Yeah.
on the side.
Right. Right. Do you know if there's people on the other side?
I don't know. I know this is pretty much where we all are at. So. People aren't going to start showing up until after 10, I think, maybe even noon.
Okay. Do you guys? Is it okay if I squeeze in right here?
Yeah, so that's just the mayor.
Oh, great. Thank you so much. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay.
Oh, later.
Yeah.
Jumping in?
Good timing, yes.
Sure.
They're alleging that we can't be on that side.
Oh, really?
They're saying.
Yesterday we were fine with that.
I know, yeah.
Wow. On your end, you got your spot. At least you're gonna get a clear view.
Yeah, thank you. Tell me when you need it.
sorry.
No, you're good.
You should be able to shoot over his hood, and then you can move in after I get packed up. Sorry.
No, you're fine.
I just don't want to be on your TV.
Fair enough.
but we're swapping a car. Sorry.
No, that's fine. I'm sure we're going somewhere else.
Oh no.
Morning out.
Yeah, we know where the next raid is. And as an AP customer, we're not going to share. Oh, you're fine, Nancy. You'll know. Oh, you'll know.
just make but he was right, exactly. Sorry if that got in your shot.
I honestly don't care whose show it is.
It's
like,
super
this is
boring.
what happens with rap show. No, well, I mean, if I have the time, yeah.
having rocks and fireworks thrown at them, and they were being assaulted. LA County Sheriff's Department responded to assist. This individual was identified even by open source media, preparing to assault them with a destructive device. And as you can see, by the grace of God, when he deployed that in a fireball, it luckily did not hit one of the deputies, as it clearly would have caused substantial physical injury or death. ATS firmly committed. These are the most aggressive criminal acts, and we will aggressively work with our state, local, and federal partners to investigate the use of destructive device, arson or explosives, or firearms to assault our public citizens and our public safety first responders. I guess I didn't even highlight our partnership too. The second case with LAPD. Both incidents, ATF was able to work with each of these police departments to get an arrest on individuals that were attempting to harm the police officers with destructive devices.
The Los Angeles Police Department appreciates the partnerships with both our federal, state, and local law enforcement agencies, especially during this time of unprecedented civil unrest. We're going to continue to work with them to ensure that our community remains safe during this challenging time, especially when it involves cases where violence is being conducted against both of our local law enforcement uniform officers as well as our federal officers during this time. We'll continue to work together to make sure our community remains safe and target those individuals that are doing harm to both our community members as well as our law enforcement officers as they try to keep peace in our communities right now. Thank you very much, and I'll introduce Commander Ruiz from Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department.
Good morning, everyone. This is going to be brief. I just want to say thank you to our federal partners for working together with us and moving forward with these prosecutions. On behalf of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department and all of the local law enforcement agencies in LA County, thank you.
If there's any questions, we can take a couple right now. Yes.
How many people have been federally charged so far tied to protests, and what's the importance of charging federally versus locally?
We'll get you those hard numbers later. I know there's at least 9 people charged over the weekend. We've had more people charged this week for throwing rocks at officers. These 2 cases for throwing Molotov cocktails. We've had, I think, a couple others, but we can get you that full list. We might even do a bigger briefing tomorrow with all the federal agencies to go over that in more detail. Today we want to highlight these specific cases because we find this particular act of violence to be extremely dangerous. As you saw in Colorado, these Molotov cocktails have the ability to seriously harm or kill a person and a police officer that they were thrown at. So we want to highlight these 2 cases today, and we'll get you more numbers. The importance of charging people federally is for people to know that there's serious consequences for their behavior, for their conduct. You have the right to peacefully protest. No one's going to stop you. But as soon as you cross that line into violence, you're throwing stuff, you're throwing rocks, you're throwing bombs, that's unacceptable. It will not be tolerated, and we're going to come down with a really heavy hand. And this isn't state court, this is federal court. So you're going to go to federal prison, and you're going to go for many years. So the consequences in federal system are much greater usually than they are in the state system. That's the importance of it. Yes, sir.
Can you talk about the process of catching these 2 individuals specifically? You put out a call to the media and the public to give tips. Was that something that helped in leading to their arrests, or was it intelligence from your police agencies?
There's 2 separate cases, so let's take one at a time. We'll start with the LAPD case. Yeah.
Good morning, sir. Specific to the Los Angeles Police Department case, we have a situation where our police officers are trying to keep the peace during a very difficult time on Sunday afternoon when the city was facing this unprecedented violence in many areas of the downtown area. In this particular case, we had a police officer who identified this person holding what he believed to be a Molotov cocktail, and fortunately was able to identify, and several officers were able to apprehend him safely without causing any harm to anyone, especially our police officers. And I just want to point out not only the keen observation skills of our police officers right now during a difficult time, but the courage they've had in trying to take these people into custody. Remember, all of our officers are working long hours right now, and they're tired, but they're still doing the best job possible to keep this community safe and protect our critical infrastructure.
Do you think these individuals are...
We want to cover the sheriff's case real quick.
Thank you.
Yeah, so initially I will tell you we were in the command center here and seeing that live being reported by, and we don't know exactly what media source that we were seeing that. So live footage of that pending attack. The defendant clearly was physically demonstrating his intent on deploying it. We were quickly trying to contact the LA County deputies on scene to warn them of this pending attack, and then essentially try to vector him to that arrest. He did evade arrest. They had him detained at the time, but they didn't quite have the overall information that was coming in on it to make the probable cause arrest. So he was detained and identified, and then good old-fashioned police work put it together in a quick period of time. Working hand in glove with the detectives from LA County Sheriff's Department, with our agents, HSI, this individual is an illegal alien, is in the country unlawfully. They helped with an initial detention of him. So it was a combination of data, some open source stuff that we were looking at. There's a combination of search warrants, interviews, canvassing. We were able to deploy our canine dog to that scene and recover remnants of that device, including wick, pieces of the wick, the bottle, and we were taking soil samples. That obviously will go to our lab to make the determination of the flammable liquid that was used in that. So does that kind of answer your question of how this was essentially a very complex investigation that we were able to put together in a short period of time because of the partnership between all federal agencies and our state and local partners.
Thank you.
Is there footage of the other incident? Or
I think we have some stills from, there's some body cameras. It's not as good as this footage, but if we haven't put that out.
It's in the complaint affidavit,
yeah,
which has been sent out to our media distribution list.
And the video wasn't included in there, was it?
We just posted the videos on our X account, so both these videos are available on X right now on our account.
And where did this video come from?
I think this was cell phone. This was posted on social media.
Okay. Do you believe there's any connection between these two suspects, or?
We're not aware of any connection between the two suspects, but obviously both appear to be motivated by similar motivations. This was an attack on law enforcement. Presumably they're motivated by our immigration enforcement efforts and wanting to make a statement, which you can make a statement, but you can't throw bombs or Molotov cocktails. That's not acceptable.
Do you think there's any other people that were associated with these two that you're still looking for?
We are, let me just be clear. This is just the two cases we have been able to charge now. We are looking at hundreds of people. We have video, we have FBI collecting video, we are collecting body cam, we're collecting social media, we're collecting everything. And we're going to take our time, we're going to identify people. They think the mask is saving them, it's not saving them. We're going to identify them and we will bring charges. We will bring charges for attacks on local law enforcement. We have a federal statute for that. In a time of civil unrest, we can charge them with a federal statute. We can bring arson charges, explosive device charges. We can bring Hobbs Act robbery charges for the looters. We're coming after all these people. So let's be clear. This is the beginning, not the end. Other questions?
Do we know how long Galvez was in the country illegally?
I'm not sure if I have that information on hand. I think, was he the visa overstay?
He was a visa overstay. Yeah, 2014 timeframe, 24-15.
Has he been in trouble before here? Do we know?
I don't have his criminal history in front of me, and I'm not sure that, I don't know that I have that right now. But
and what's the legal status of the other gentleman?
I believe he's here lawfully.
U.S. citizen.
Yeah, he's a U.S. citizen. Anything else?
Are you working with LA City Attorney Nathan Hochman on any of this? Because I know he's also trying to go after these.
Absolutely. No, we work hand in hand with the district attorney, Mr. Hochman. To be honest with you, we have a very good relationship with our law enforcement partners, LAPD, the sheriffs. They both provided assistance to our agents on Friday and Saturday. I know it took them some time to be able to get the appropriate resources to handle the unprecedented and unexpected crowds. So we have a good relationship with him, the district attorney's office. They're going to bring their charges. You've got people failing to disperse and some of the lower level stuff. But the more serious stuff, the robberies, the arson, the Molotov cocktails, the assaults, we want to bring those federally because I think our partners understand that there's greater consequences for them in the federal court system than there is in the state court system. Yes?
Sorry, George with Reuters. I just wanted to ask, based on, you just made a comment about unprecedented times with the information you've gathered. Do you feel, what makes this unprecedented in terms of, entering the sixth day of protests and demonstrators?
Yeah, well, these organized and orchestrated, and it appears to be, we're looking into it, well-funded agitators are coming into town, and they are resisting federal law enforcement operations. Some people apparently have the notion that California really is a sanctuary from federal immigration laws. Let me assure you, there is no sanctuary. Federal laws are applicable here, and they will be enforced. And nothing they have done to date has impacted our ability to carry on our immigration enforcement efforts, and they are continuing as we speak.
Okay. 2 more questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Tom Hellman said that the initial raid that happened at Ambiance Apparel was about a money laundering investigation. Can you speak to that at all?
I can't speak about the details of the investigation because it is ongoing. That is one of the charges I think that was mentioned that we're looking at, but there are several charges, and that was done under a search warrant. That search that was done there was authorized by a federal court judge based on probable cause of evidence of a crime, and that's what the agents were doing there at that time.
Last question.
If not, we're good. I want to just say, I want to really thank our partners. I want to thank the ATF. The ATF really has a special skill set. This is what they do. They do explosives, they do bombs, they do firearm investigations, and we really thank them for their expertise in helping us file these cases very quickly. And I want to thank our partners at the LA County Sheriff's Office and the LAPD. And like I said, we just posted the videos on our X account, so you can pull them there. Thank you guys very much.
All right, thank you. Press release is out. Copies of the complaint are attached. Check social media for the video.
His person.
I'm Rosa David Point.
Oh, sure. Yeah, what's the,
Oh, that's a JLRG. Oh, or yeah,
On croit en nous, on nous aime.
I was just wondering, you're just standing here?
How far down are you? Okay.
was to depoliticize humans and their contributions. Oftentimes when I go on the road, people say, well, we want people here the right way. Well, look here. They have done it the right way. Hundreds of thousands of DACA recipients have done it the right way. They have passed background checks, they contribute to their communities, and they continue paying it forward in some of the hardest jobs that I would say many Americans would look away from even trying. I have to share with you sometimes when you hear the stories, you often hear the stories of young people who have received DACA. But when I was on the campaign trail last year, I was stunned to meet someone who had been one of the very first DACA recipients in Arizona, and she was a grandmother. She was a grandmother, 44 years old, and a grandmother because she had believed that she could actually work as hard as she could, and eventually she too would have a pathway for herself and her families. And I want to take this moment to thank our allies who come out for us, because 70% of Americans, regardless of party, recognize that a pathway to citizenship for DACA recipients is not just, but fair. What we see right now in Los Angeles, people marching in the streets, it's a multicultural America saying that they do not want their neighbors, their loved ones, their parishioners disappeared. That's not asking for very much. That's the bare minimum. On the anniversary of DACA, I want to remind the American people that elections have consequences. 25% of you decided to sit it out, decided not to vote. Your absence is daunting. We need you. Voto Latino has very proudly registered nearly 2 million voters, but we're not stopping because we need every single person present to talk about the values of America. The values of America are just, work with dignity, and asking every single person to self-realize regardless of documentation. And for those folks sitting at home, when you see the raids or when you see a neighbor, you know that's wrong. You know that's wrong. So the only way that we can stand up together in this moment is to call your member of Congress. Make sure they pass the current version of the DACA Act. Make sure that they know that you're being held to account. Make sure that they also know that you're going to vote in November. Y para las familias latinas, ahorita que tienen tanto temor, les agradezco el sacrificio y su visión. Pero también les digo un mensaje. Casi el 38% de nosotros que somos elegibles a votar, no votamos el año pasado. Estas son las consecuencias. Necesito que nosotros nos registremos, participemos, llamemos a nuestros congresistas, tengamos conversaciones francas con nuestras familias. Porque al fin y al cabo, esta gente joven, ellos representan los sacrificios que han hecho nuestros padres. A very clear message to the Latino community. 38% of us last year decided to sit it out because we thought our vote did not matter. These are the consequences. If you have any questions of what you need to do, call your members of Congress. Be supportive. Demand a pathway to citizenship because they've earned it. I look forward to seeing you all on the other side. We have 18 months. Register to vote at votolatino.org. And there's a lot of work to do. Thank you so much. And with that, I bring back to Claudia.
Thank you, Maria Teresa. So we're coming to the end of our press conference, but I do want to say a last few words. For 13 years, DACA has provided nearly 1 million people the ability to live, work, and contribute openly to the only country our people have ever called home. Together, we must fight for everyone in our communities because our home is here. 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 Thank you, everyone, for coming out today. Woo!
I'll be broadcasting like in 10, 15 minutes.
Sorry?
I'll be broadcasting like in 15 minutes.
Okay.
Threw rocks at police cars and officers, burned vehicles, shut down freeways, and lobbed Molotov cocktails, all because the Trump administration was removing violent criminal illegal aliens from the city. These attacks were aimed not just at law enforcement, but at American culture and society itself. Rioters burned American flags, chanted "Death to ICE," and spray-painted anti-American slogans on buildings. But President Trump will never allow mob rule to prevail in America. The most basic duty of government is to preserve law and order, and this administration embraces that sacred responsibility. Democrats like Governor Gavin Newsom and Mayor Karen Bass shamefully failed to meet their sworn obligations to their citizens. They didn't have the courage to do the right thing and protect law-abiding Californians from rioters. That's why President Trump deployed the National Guard and mobilized Marines to end the chaos and restore law and order. The mob violence is being stomped out. The criminals responsible will be swiftly brought to justice, and the Trump administration's operations to arrest illegal aliens are continuing unabated. When the initial immigration enforcement actions took place on June 6th, Mayor Bass took to social media to say she was deeply angered by what has taken place. Mayor Bass then embarked on one of the most outrageous campaign of lies this country has ever seen from an elected official, blaming President Trump and brave law enforcement officers for the violence. She accused heroic American immigration and customs enforcement officers targeting illegal alien murderers, rapists, and pedophiles of, quote, sowing terror in communities and disrupting basic principles of safety in our city. Around the same time, Governor Newsom claimed that immigration enforcement actions were causing chaos. That's how radical Democrats have become. Their opposition to President Trump has forced them to side with illegal alien criminals in their communities and violent rioters and looters over law enforcement officers who are just doing their jobs. Mayor Bass and Governor Newsom fanned the flames and demonized our brave ICE officers. Instead of defending their city and their state, Karen Bass and Gavin Newsom claimed that in order for the riots and the violence to stop, ICE needed to leave and immigration raids must end. In other words, the position of the Democrat Party is that the federal government is not allowed to enforce our laws and to arrest and deport illegal alien criminals. They're attempting to use a violent mob as a weapon against their own constituents to prevent the enforcement of immigration law. This is deeply un-American and morally reprehensible. President Trump received a clear mandate from voters to reverse the illegal invasion ushered in by Joe Biden's open border and to end the lawlessness represented by Karen Bass in Gavin Newsom's California. President Trump promised to carry out the largest mass deportation campaign in American history, and left-wing riots will not deter him in that effort. Sanctuary cities and states will no longer be allowed to shield illegal criminals from deportation. Just take a look at some of the illegal monsters who were taken off the streets in Los Angeles in recent days. A Vietnamese national and known gang member with a conviction for second-degree murder. A Mexican national with convictions for child molestation who was armed with a dangerous weapon and had previous arrests for robbery and domestic violence. A Filipino national with convictions of rape, assault, burglary, and theft. a Mexican national convicted of statutory rape, narcotics violations, and hit and run, a Nicaraguan national with convictions for domestic violence and hit and run, and a previous arrest for willful cruelty to a child, and an illegal alien from Mexico who was arrested after allegedly throwing a Molotov cocktail at law enforcement officers during the Paramount riots on Saturday. He is now being charged with attempted murder. Law-abiding American citizens do not want these public safety threats living in their communities, no matter what Democrats like Karen Bass and Gavin Newsom may claim. And let this be an unequivocal message to left-wing radicals in other parts of the country who are thinking about copycatting the violence in an effort to stop this administration's mass deportation efforts. You will not succeed. Any lawlessness will only strengthen this president's resolve to defend the majority of Americans who want to live their lives peacefully, free from the fear of violent, criminal, illegal aliens. As President Trump said, order will be maintained and illegal aliens will be expelled from our country. In economic news, the latest Consumer Price Index inflation report came in today below expectations again. Since President Trump took office, inflation has come in below economics expectations every
So the U.S. Attorney just said that but it is not the majority. But it does show the harsher stance that local officials are taking representing the national federal government. So that's the situation right now. I'm actually right in front of the National Guard right now. Still very, very
that aides to former President Biden who used the auto pen to sign major orders and pardons should be investigated for potential crimes. Does he think that Biden allowing, or at least being negligently unaware of this activity, was an impeachable offense?
I haven't heard the president address whether it's an impeachable offense, but it could perhaps be a criminal offense, especially on behalf of staffers who may have been utilizing the president's signature without his authority or consent. I understand that Republicans on the Hill are moving in the right direction to call attention to this and to bring in some former White House staffers who clearly knew more than they ever shared and never addressed with the American public. And so we look forward to seeing where this investigation continues, and I know the Department of Justice is also looking into the matter as well. Alex, good to see you today.
Good to see you, Caroline. Thank you. You mentioned foreign flags being blown during these protests. There are protest activities being organized for this weekend. Part of it are Democrats saying they want to reclaim the American flag. It's also being titled No King's Day. Does the president see himself as a king, and does the White House expect to see American flags being flown during these protests this weekend?
The president views himself as the president of the United States of America. This is a constitutional republic, and we want to see all of our citizens be proud of the country in which they are given the privilege and the blessing to live. And I think that those images of foreign flags being waved with, by illegal criminals and by violent rioters in the face of cars blowing up and of flames in the city. I have photos of that here to show you. With this violence and destruction that occurred is an image that Governor Gavin Newsom owns. This is his city, and President Trump saw these images, and he said that is not going to be accepted or tolerated, and hence why he deployed the National Guard and United States Marines, who have helped to quell that violence.
If I can ask another. Sure. If the president does end up deploying any National Guard members, perhaps Marines, to blue states, would he be in contact with the governors prior to this? Would it be necessary?
Well, President Trump was in contact with Governor Gavin Newsom, despite some of the claims he's made in the last couple of days. The president called the governor on Friday evening and told him to let law enforcement in California do their jobs. And the Los Angeles Police Department, by the way, are fantastic people. They are trying to do the work that they've so bravely signed up to do to enforce the law, but they have been kneecapped by incompetent Democrat policies and Democrat politicians who do not allow their local law enforcement to correspond and coordinate with federal immigration authorities. And so President gave Gavin Newsom a warning and said, get it together. 24 hours later, we saw more images like this. We heard about Border Patrol agents who were being the target of rocks. These illegal criminals were throwing rocks at our Border Patrol and ICE agents, and so the president made the decision to federalize California's National Guard. Stephanie.
Thank you. Two questions on the China trade deal, if I may. Sure. First, will the president formally sign the trade deal, and if so, when? Secretary Lutnick sort of alluded to the fact that it might be in a couple of days, but I'm curious if there's anything more specific to read out.
Sure. Well, I do have more specifics for you. I spoke to the president about this. He spoke to his trade team, who did a fantastic job negotiating this on behalf of the United States and meeting with their Chinese counterparts. The president is talking to them about the details of it now, but what the president heard, he liked. China has agreed to open their markets to the United States separately of this deal, and when it comes to this deal, we're going back to the terms that were agreed upon in Geneva for the release of some of those critical minerals and the magnets from China to the United States, and we have agreed to fully comply with the Geneva Agreement as well. So the president is reviewing the details of that with his trade team now, and you'll hear more from him, I'm sure.
And then the second question, on tariffs, Secretary Lutnick suggested that the tariffs would remain unchanged with China. I'm wondering if there's any room for them to negotiate even lower, or if this is the floor.
I won't get ahead of any further negotiations. We're in a great place right now, and I would add that this is the result of a lot of hard work from the president and his team, and the president has a good and respectful relationship with President Xi, and as you know, they had a direct conversation which led to this success that the president announced on Truth Social this morning. JJ.
On North Korea, has the president tried to resume dialogue with Kim Jong-un? There's some reporting that the president sent a letter and tried to give it to Kim Jong-un through some North Korean diplomats through the UN, and they declined to take it and send it to Kim Jong-un.
The president remains receptive to correspondence with Kim Jong-un, and he'd like to see the progress that was made at that summit in Singapore, which I know you covered in 2018 during his first term. As for specific correspondence, I'll leave that to the president to answer. Sure.
Good afternoon. Yeah, thanks. Back to the trade deal negotiations with China. Jimmy Lai, as you know, is a pro-democracy advocate, Catholic, sitting in solitary confinement in Hong Kong as we speak. His family believes he may be close to death. Did his name come up, Jimmy Lai's name come up in these negotiations with China?
Not to my knowledge. I understand the negotiations were very much focused on our trade and economic relationship with China.
Does the president believe he can free Jimmy Lai from prison?
I'll check with the president. It's certainly an important issue, and I'll get back to you.
Thanks, Caroline. The president said yesterday that paid insurrectionists were behind or were involved in the protests in Los Angeles. Does the White House have any more details about who they believe is paying these
the president. the president spoke about this last night when he returned from Fort Bragg, because frankly, the president has a lot of common sense. And if you look at some of the imagery that we have received from the Department of Homeland Security and ICE and law enforcement who are on the ground, you will see boxes and boxes of very professionalized masks and rioting equipment being dropped off for these protesters. So it's a good question the president is raising, and one we are looking into, about who is funding these insurrectionists and these rioters and these protesters and these illegal criminals. And I have updates for you on the numbers, by the way. Since June 6th, there have been 330 illegal aliens that have been arrested as part of these riots in Los Angeles. 113 of those illegal aliens had prior criminal convictions. And overall, and this includes arrests of American citizens, there's been 157 people arrested for assault and obstruction-related charges, including the attempted murder of a police officer with a Molotov cocktail. So who is funding these illegal aliens who are coming in with this very professional riot gear? It's a question everyone in this room who cares about truth should be asking. And we encourage your help in trying to get to the bottom of that question. Indira.
Thank you, Caroline. About Elon Musk, he issued an apology this morning. Has the president accepted the apology, or does he think it's too little too late?
The president acknowledged the statement that Elon put out this morning, and he is appreciative of it, and we are continuing to focus on the business of the American people.
And has the administration started a review of Musk's government contracts, something that the president said he's considering?
What do you mean by that?
Has the administration started a review of the contracts that Musk and his companies currently have?
No efforts have been made on that front as far as I'm aware.
Okay. And just one more, if I may, on just everything sort of we've seen so far with the president's response to the LA protests. There is criticism that seems to suggest that the president responded the way he did because it was a deliberate, calculated attempt to sort of shift focus away from his feud with Musk. How would you respond to that?
The president responded to the LA riots, condemning the violence
from Musk.
It's an incredibly disingenuous attack. The president saw images of Border Patrol and ICE agents being hailed with rocks and Molotov cocktails. He saw vehicles being burned to the ground with illegal aliens flying foreign flags, and that's what prompted the president to have this response that has clearly worked, because last night in Los Angeles, you didn't see many of those images. And I would add the governor and the mayor need to actually do more. I know Gavin Newsom had a big address to the nation last night. I guess he thought that's what it was for maybe his future political ambitions, but he spoke a lot of words. We haven't seen action. California has been a mess for years because of the incompetence of Gavin Newsom, so the president was responding to that only. Caitlin.
Caroline, two questions for you.
Sure.
Over the weekend, Secretary Noem sent a memo to the Pentagon asking Secretary Hegseth to have and direct the military that's on the ground in LA to arrest and detain what she said were lawbreakers. Is the president okay with that? And under what authority would the members of the military be able to arrest people inside the United States?
I can't speak for a letter that came from the Department of Homeland Security. I can't speak for the president and what's currently happening on the ground now. And as you know, the president federalized the National Guard under U.S. Code 10, which he has the authority to do. And our United States Marines and the National Guardsmen and women who are on the ground right now are helping to create a peaceful environment for ICE and Border Patrol, who were being, again, hailed with rocks, who were being violently and viciously attacked. They needed reinforcements, and so our United States Marines who are on the ground are providing those reinforcements to ensure the environment is peaceful so that these raids and deportations can continue.
But he realizes they can't actually arrest people unless he invokes the Insurrection Act, which, I mean, seemingly was not something that was in Secretary Noem's memo, a clear distinction she did not make there.
Again, you're trying to conflate a letter that was sent to the Department of Homeland Security to the president's legal authority. The president understands the legal authority that he invoked, and that's the current situation right now.
So when it comes to federalizing the National Guard, what is the specific criteria that the president is using for when he's deciding to do that, and in which states?
The president was asked and answered this yesterday. He wants to see an end to the chaos and the violence. He doesn't want to see law enforcement officers being attacked. He wants to see peace. He wants law-abiding Californians to be able to bring their kids to school, to be able to go to work without seeing this violence in the streets. That's what the president's hoping for, and that's why he's taken this action. John.
Thanks a lot, Caroline. Two questions on two separate topics. One has to do with the military parade taking place here in Washington this weekend. There's a lot of security around the White House complex, around the Capitol complex, even along the tidal basin. Is that just proactive? Are you expecting anything in particular in terms of unrest like we've seen in Los Angeles?
These are proactive security measures to protect those marching in the parade, many of whom will be veterans and our brave men and women in uniform and Gold Star families. There's going to be military families from around the country who are flying into this parade. And of course, it's to protect the spectators who will be enjoying this incredibly patriotic show on Saturday. And I hope you all join us there.
And then secondly, Secretary Pete Hegseth testified on the Senate side of the Capitol today.
Yes.
And he was asked about America's, the administration's view of Vladimir Putin's intentions. And specifically, it was asked whether or not his intentions go beyond to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Kane, replied that he does believe that his territorial ambitions go beyond Ukraine, but Secretary Hegseth says it's not clear at this point. How does the president view this issue?
The president has spoken on this. He said, as he calls it, he believes Ukraine was always the apple of Putin's eye. And he made it very clear to Putin in his first term not to invade Ukraine. Putin didn't invade Ukraine because of President Trump's peace through strength foreign policy agenda and the effective deterrence policies that he implemented in the first term. Unfortunately, because of the weakness and incompetence of the previous administration, Vladimir Putin made the decision to invade Ukraine. And now we have this brutal war, which the president is working very hard to end. Jasmine.
Thanks so much, Caroline. The president warned that any protests on Saturday would be met with force. Can you clarify what kind of protest President Trump does support or find acceptable?
The president absolutely supports peaceful protests. He supports the First Amendment. He supports the right of Americans to make their voices heard. He does not support violence of any kind. He does not support assaulting law enforcement officers who are simply trying to do their job. It's very clear for the president what he supports and what he does not. Unfortunately for Democrats, that line has not been made clear, and they've allowed this unrest and this violence to continue, and the president has had to step in.
So if there were peaceful protests on Saturday for the military parade, President Trump would allow that?
Of course the president supports peaceful protests. What a stupid question. Raquel.
Thank you so much, Caroline.
Raquel, and then I can go to you, Francis. Go.
Thank you so much, Caroline. I have two questions. One about Israel. Yesterday, the U.S. ambassador to Israel said the U.S. no longer is pursuing the goal of an independent Palestinian state. Can you confirm that the president is no longer supporting a two-state solution? And is President Trump considering diplomatic action against countries who takes action against Israel during next week UN conference?
Right now, the president views the situation in Israel and Gaza as deeply unfortunate and needing to end. And the president is realistic about the current state of affairs in this region of the world. And that's why the president has said the #1 focus and priority of the administration is to release all of the hostages from Gaza and to end this conflict as soon as possible. The administration is still pushing very hard for the release of all the hostages. And as for what happens next, clearly Gaza is an uninhabitable place. It needs to be rebuilt with the help of our Arab partners, and the president wants to see that happen as well. Take a couple
Just one on the G7 engagement. President Trump is traveling there on Sunday. Other presidents beyond the G7 leaders are also going. President Lula from Brazil, President Sheinbaum from Mexico, and President Zelensky from Ukraine are also going. Do you have confirmation if President Trump is meeting any other leaders on the sideline of the G7?
Yes.
To know about the Lula engagement with Lula.
I can confirm there will be quite a few bilateral meetings between the president and other foreign leaders. The White House is still working very hard to finalize that schedule, and we will provide that for you as soon as we have it.
Great.
Thanks, Caroline. Just back to the China trade deal, can you talk about the status of the export controls that the U.S. imposed? Are those no longer being imposed?
We are fully complying with the Geneva Agreement. Go ahead. Sure.
Thanks, Caroline. One foreign question for you and one domestic. The foreign, the president, of course, has said he would lift sanctions on Syria. Is there an executive order coming along soon to go do that? And is the president planning to try to get involved in any kind of a peace agreement between Israel and Syria that would disengage those two?
To the best of my knowledge, the Treasury Department took action after the president made that announcement in Saudi Arabia.
Okay. And then on the domestic side, You were just asked about the First Amendment rights issues. In the president's comments yesterday, though, he just said protesters would be strongly dealt with. In your list before, you referred to insurrectionists, rioters, and protesters together. Obviously, they're quite different from your earlier answer. I'm struck by the fact that the president has not at any point said the most important thing here is to protect the First Amendment rights of peaceful protesters. So I'm wondering, where in his hierarchy of interests does he place that? Is the First Amendment protection the most important? Is stopping violence most important? Why is he not out saying all peaceful protesters will be protected?
I think two things can be important at the same time, and the president, as I just answered, supports the right of Americans to peacefully protest. He supports the First Amendment, but that is not the majority of the behavior that we have seen taking place in Los Angeles. We have seen mobs of violent rioters and agitators assaulting law enforcement officers, assaulting our federal immigration authorities. And we have seen, as I said, this goes back to what this administration is trying to do and accomplish, and that's enforcing law and order in our nation's communities. And it's removing public safety threats from communities in Los Angeles.
You're saying the majority have not been peaceful, the majority have been violent.
I just read for you the arrest numbers. We've arrested nearly 400 illegal aliens alone, just illegal aliens who have been arrested in these riots since June 6th, since they began.
Thousands of people on the streets.
Yeah, and we've had hundreds of people who have assaulted law enforcement officers. Are you saying that that's that's appropriate behavior?
No,
Are you
no,
saying
I'm not
that
saying
the
that at
president
all. I'm
shouldn't
just
take
trying
action?
to figure out.
The Democrat governor and the Democrat mayor of Los Angeles have failed their citizens. And the majority of Americans, the majority of Californians, do not want to see law enforcement officers being assaulted in the streets. And thankfully, the president took action and stepped in to protect our federal law enforcement agents, to protect federal buildings, to protect the federal mission of deporting illegal criminals off of our streets. And that mission will continue every day as far as we're concerned. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Caroline.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone who is here to support our community members who contribute to the vibrancy of not just Culver City, but all of Los Angeles. What this administration is doing is stoking fear and unrest in all of us who know and live with and commune with the immigrant population of our region. When you hear the stories of our residents, our workers, our visitors who are experiencing, for no reason, their lives disrupted on days of celebration. And I ask all of you to stand with them and support them, as Culver City does. We're here with you. I mean, how does this help? We have a business behind us that is closed right now because their employees are in fear. We have people who are staying in their homes locked for fear of walking in the streets in the communities that they feel that they once felt was their home. That's not right. So I just want to underscore and thank Assemblymember Bryan for his really eloquent words, that we all support you. And stand strong and be safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Don O'Brien, for your words. Next up, we have Ileana Johansson Mendez from the Immigrant Defense Center.
Hi, everyone. I'm Ileana Johansson Mendez, Chief Program Officer of Immigrant Defenders Law Center. Before we begin, I want to say a huge thank you to the family members who are here today for your bravery, for all of our community, for standing up, for coming together to fight for not just your loved ones, but for all of us, for what Los Angeles is. You know, we are gathered in a moment of fear and pain, but also a moment of powerful unity. Our communities are rising up across Los Angeles. We are organizing, we are showing up, we are protecting each other. You know, we will not let ICE disappear our neighbors in silence. Since last Friday, we've seen a disturbing escalation in ICE activity all across the city, at workplaces like this car wash, in neighborhoods, in courthouses, at schools. And they're moving swiftly, and they're moving without wanting any witnesses. We are here to fight to make sure that they are giving us explanations, that they're giving us information, that they are providing due process to our neighbors and to our brothers and sisters. Right now, people are vanished into immigration detention. They have been disappeared. But we are fighting every day to find more information. Our team is on the ground at Adelanto, at the detention centers, working with our community partners to make sure that we are all working hard to find every single person, to demand that their rights are respected, that they have their day in court, that they have their chance to fight for their right to stay, and to fight for their release to be with their families again. What has been so inspiring through all of this is that we are not alone. When ICE shows up, neighbors are stepping outside. They're shouting, "No firmen nada," don't sign anything. They're giving out know your rights information to the people as they're being detained to give them a fighting chance. And legal advocates like us, we're gonna keep showing up every day, tirelessly working to find people, to connect them with attorneys, and to fight for their release. So even now, with ICE operating in the shadows, denying access to counsel, denying information to families, denying access to our very own congressional representatives, we are going to keep showing up every day with everything we've got. Our city is awake, and we refuse to stay silent, because this is not just about immigration. It's about who we are as a people and what kind of country we want to live in. We are going to keep fighting until no immigrant has to stand alone before this unjust immigration system. And to the families, again, thank you so much for your bravery and for your courage in coming out here today. Know that you're not alone, and together we can get through this. Juntos no tenemos miedo. Thank you.
Thank you, Ileana, for those inspiring words. And like Ileana said, together we have no fear. Together we are not alone, and we will not stop until we know where all our loved ones are. And we will continue to stand and fight for our communities. Next, I want to invite Aquilina Soriano Versosa, a representative of Immigrants Are Los Angeles and the Executive Director of the Filipino Workers Center.
So we should be clear. The ones who are creating a public safety hazard, who are violating the laws, are ICE and the federal agencies that are indiscriminately or actually targeted and profiling our communities and picking up our community members, our fathers, mothers, workers, parents, with no probable cause. At every step of the way, from bringing wholesale military force into our communities, to rounding up people without probable cause except the color of their skin or a look, to being denied due process, access to legal services, access to their families, to the denial of Congress members to be able to come into the detention centers to have their legally mandated role as monitors of oversight of the conditions and adelanto in the detention center downtown. And as Governor Newsom said, when they're coming into our communities and lawlessly picking up people, we are all in danger here. We are all impacted. It is impacting our economy. It is impacting our safety and the health of our communities. Immigrants Are LA, we know how much immigrants are a part, no matter the status, are a part of actually making Los Angeles and California a thriving economy, a thriving community. It is all of us together that are doing that. And our policies of actually extending safety nets to those who are contributing and are our neighbors here in Los Angeles and California is what is stoking this attack. Immigrants Are LA, you can come to our website where we have resources for those who are impacted. We need to document, we need to stand together as a community, and we are here together with the car wash workers, with their families, and we will not rest. We will not rest until all of those that are detained, are identified, are released, have due process, and until these unjust and illegal raids end. We will be here and we will stand strong with you. We will bring resources together, not just to protest, but to provide aid. We are here to support the families. We are here to, we just had a motion passed yesterday at the county to bring resources, to identify gaps in the rapid response, to bring extra resources to the families and individuals who are impacted, those who are not, who lost their breadwinners. With these raids in the blink of an eye, who need access to language, accessible legal resources. So we stand strong with you. We will be here. We will not go away. We will stand with you, and we will fight until everyone is free, until all of our rights are respected.
Aki, thank you so much for those words. Now we will have one more person joining us today, and this is the representative for California State Senator Lola Smallwood Cuevas, Amber Quintanilla.
Hi everyone, my name's Amber Quintanilla and I'm a district representative for Senator Lola Smallwood Cuevas, who represents the 28th district, including this car wash here in Culver City. To the families, to Noemi, Kimberly, Jocelyn, thank you for sharing your stories. The senator was deeply saddened and troubled to hear about the ICE raid that occurred here at this car wash, tearing your families apart, and we are so, so sorry about that. I want to make it clear that the senator completely and utterly condemns these unjust, inhumane, and cruel ICE raids that are taking place all throughout LA County. Despite the progress that we have made as a nation, at these times with this administration, we seem to be regressing. We seem to be going backwards. Racism, regardless of what you think, is not an anomaly. It is not a thing of the past. These ICE raids are part of a larger racist systemic issue. People are being swept off the streets, swept off their places of work, off their homes. Families are being ripped apart. Our most vulnerable are being targeted and discriminated based on the color of their skin and immigration status. This is not the time to be complicit. This is not the time to remain silent. It is time to make our voices heard. It is time to fight back against injustice, against racism, against fascism. The senator is fighting with you and for you at the state capitol. She is ensuring that California remains a safe sanctuary state. Please follow our Instagram page for live updates on ICE raids occurring in and around our district. Please stay safe and keep fighting. We are in this together. An injustice to one is an injustice to all. And I will say this in Spanish now. Buenos días a todos. Me llamo Amber Quintanilla y soy representante distrital de la senadora estatal Lola Smallwood Cuevas, quien representa el distrito senatorial 28, que incluye ese car wash, ese lavadero de autos aquí en Culver City. A las familias, Noemi, Jocelyn y Kimberly, gracias por compartir sus historias. La senadora se sintió profundamente entristecida y preocupada al traser de la redada de ICE que tuvo lugar aquí, la cual destrozó a sus familias. Lo sentimos muchísimo. Quiero dejar claro que la senadora condena total y rotundamente estas injustas, inhumanas y crueles redadas de ICE que están ocurriendo en todo el condado de Los Ángeles. A pesar del progreso que hemos logrado como nación en estos momentos, con esta administración, parecemos estar retrocediendo. El racismo no es una anomalía, algo del pasado. Estas redadas de ICE forman parte de un problema racista y sistémico más amplio. Las personas están siendo expulsadas de las calles, de sus trabajos y de sus hogares. Las familias están siendo destrozadas. Nuestros más vulnerables están siendo atacados y descritos según el color de su piel y su estado migratorio. Este no es un momento de ser cómplices, este no es momento de permanecer en silencio. Es hora de alzar nuestra voz, es hora de luchar contra la injusticia, contra el racismo y contra el fascismo. La senadora está luchando con ustedes y por ustedes en el Capitolio estatal. Se está asegurando de que California siga siendo un estado seguro para todos. Si siguen nuestra página en Instagram, ahí estamos poniendo todas las redadas de ICE que están ocurriendo entre Los Ángeles. Por favor, manténganse seguros y sigan luchando. Estamos juntos en esto. Una injusticia contra uno es una injusticia contra todos. Gracias.
Thank you, Amber, and thank you, Senator Lola Smallwood Cuevas, for being with us. At this moment, I'd like to acknowledge that we also have a representative from Sydney, Camlager Dove, Jackson Benarange. I also want to share a few words in Spanish before we close up. un mensaje a nuestra comunidad. Un ataque contra uno es un ataque contra todos. Y si no estamos alzando nuestras voces, no estamos haciendo lo suficiente para estar con nuestras familias. Mientras muchas personas pueden ir a casa después de esta conferencia, hay que recordar que muchas personas no van a tener a sus seres queridos en casa, que ahorita en estos momentos no saben en dónde están y que es nuestro poder como comunidad acercarnos, ayudar, correr la voz para que todos los trabajadores conozcan sus derechos, para que sepan a dónde acercarse a buscar más información, a conocer más de sus derechos para mantener a nuestras familias juntas. Los Ángeles somos todos inmigrantes y debemos estar juntos. Este mensaje es para todas nuestras familias. Conozcan sus derechos, acérquense a una organización comunitaria que les pueda apoyar. Nadie debería de estar solo en estos momentos. Ningún ser humano. These raids should have never happened. This is cruel, dehumanizing, and unacceptable. Raids should never happen in workplaces, places meant to be safe for workers, safe for our community to earn a living. Not sites of fear and sites of trauma. We must come together and stand in power. We will not stand for this. We will not stand for this. We will continue to fight for our communities. We are here today and we will continue to be here tomorrow and the day after and after that until we can find out where our families are. For every family torn apart and for the dignity and humanity of our people, we will continue to stand strong. We are watching, we are organizing, and we will not back down. Estamos viendo, estamos vigilando, estamos organizando y no nos echaremos hacia atrás. Seguiremos reuniéndonos, seguiremos informándonos y seguiremos estando con nuestras familias. Ahora invito a Xochitl Covarrubias con el local 675, que ha sido uno de los locales que ha representado a los trabajadores en la industria del car wash que están en sindicatos, que pertenecen a un sindicato. Xochitl.
Buenos días, familia. Sabemos que una lastimadura a uno es una lastimadura a todos. Sabemos que cuando vienen a uno, vienen a otros. My name is Xochitl Covarrubias. I'm the Chief of Staff of United Steelworkers Local 675, and on behalf of our 4,000 members, we're here to stand in solidarity with our immigrant carwacheros, community, and families that are being separated and torn apart. They are the essential workers. Let's not forget, when COVID-19 hit, who was the ones who did the job? The immigrant workers. And they pay a price. They didn't receive any assistance from no one, but they still will show up to be able for us to have food at our table and to provide for their families. And this administration wants to leave us as drug dealers, rapists, and child molesters, which is a lie. We are not that. We're humble people, hardworking people, that we come to America to be able to provide for our families and to be able to prosper this great America. This nation was built by immigrants, and I believe that our families are powerful, mighty workers, and we must continue fighting the fight for justice, for dignity, and respect for all. Sabemos que esta administración nos quiere poner etiquetas. Basta con esas etiquetas, que somos drogadictos, que somos contrabandistas y que no, pero no, somos trabajadores honrados, trabajadores que trabajamos y vinimos en esta nación para proveer para nuestras familias, para un mejor futuro. Y el emigrante ha construido esta gran nación y estamos aquí en solidaridad con nuestros hermanos carguacheros, con Car Wash Campaign y toda la comunidad, las familias que son afectadas, porque yo soy una orgullosa inmigrante y hoy más que nunca como comunidad, como familia, deportación, ya basta, ya basta, no más deportaciones, ya basta, Dios les bendiga.
Gracias, Xochitl. We will continue to stand with our community, and I invite you to start chanting with me. Not one more. 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 We will continue to stand with our families. We will continue to stand with our communities. An attack to one is an attack to all. We need to make sure we continue to stay informed. We need to make sure we continue to look for our families, and we will continue using the word kidnap, because that's exactly what is happening in our communities. These unmarked vehicles, people who are not introducing themselves, who they are, who are they representing, and they are completely masked and in uniform. They are taking our families, they are taking our communities, they are taking them without responding who they are and where are they taking them. We are tired of hearing children saying, where are you taking my parents? Right? We are tired of our community saying their goodbyes while they're dragging somebody away, gunpoint, putting them into cars, and not responding where they will be at. Not one more. Not one more. Not one more. Not one more. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today. Thank you for the families who have joined us. Thank you for the courage to stand up and share your testimonies. Thank you for opening your hearts, your home, and opening our hearts to be with you in solidarity.
Número uno, ¿en qué condición legal se encuentran los trabajadores? ¿Qué saben de ellos? ¿Y cuándo van a presentar la probable demanda legal que tienen ustedes? Son tres preguntas. La condición de ellos, la representación legal y la otra pregunta que te hacía.
Como compartimos, en estos momentos no tenemos información de todos los trabajadores que han sido detenidos. Entonces esa pregunta no la puedo contestar.
¿Tienen representación legal ya a través de la sindicato?
Si no sabemos dónde están, no pueden tener representación legal. Necesitamos encontrarlos primero para poder tener representación legal. Sí tenemos a los grupos con los que estamos trabajando, alguien que habló el día de hoy, Immigrant Defense, que están aquí con nosotros ayudándonos a encontrar a cada uno de ellos para poder proveer ese servicio legal que por su derecho deben de tener.
¿Tienen planeadas algunas demandas legales en contra del gobierno federal?
En estos momentos no puedo dar comentarios sobre eso.
¿Cuántas personas fueron llevadas específicamente de ese car wash?
Te puedo decir que de los diferentes car washes que hemos estado en comunicación hasta el día de ayer han sido 26 personas, incluyendo un cliente, 25 trabajadores más un cliente.
¿Y nos puedes decir cómo fue que llegaron los agentes federales acá? ¿Qué preguntas hicieron? ¿Si fueron agresivos o algo así?
Los agentes no hicieron ninguna preguntas, en cambio no contestaron ninguna pregunta, no dijeron ninguna palabra, entraron a fuerza a esos car washes con vehículos que no tenían placas o información, tenían vehículos que estaban entrando agresivamente a los lugares de trabajo, se bajaron completamente uniformados y en algunas veces armados y empezaron a poner su fuerza a los trabajadores y a meterlos a otros vehículos. No contestaron ninguna pregunta.
¿Cómo ha afectado esa situación ahora? No sé si los trabajadores o los otros que siguen aquí se han regresado al trabajo, si siguen abiertos.
Ha afectado a todas nuestras comunidades, no solo a los trabajadores, y por eso nos ves ahora aquí denunciando ni una redada más. Thank you everyone for joining us.
Gracias.
Calle aquí en la noche, pero efectivamente es un tema legal bastante complicado ahí, porque la Guardia Nacional está bajo la jurisdicción del gobernador de California, a veces está bajo la jurisdicción del presidente de los Estados Unidos en el caso de rebelión o de sospecha de rebelión, y con los Marines eso es bastante distinto, es más complicado aún debido a que no están preparados para el trabajo que realiza la policía, y incluso la policía de Los Ángeles dijo que esto es un problema adicional logístico, involucrar a las distintas unidades que se encuentran aquí en Los Ángeles. Tenemos la policía, tenemos también parte del Departamento de Seguridad Nacional, con la policía, sheriffs, con vehículos blindados que hemos visto también aquí en los últimos días. Pero queda ver aún si va a activar primero, qué sucedería con los infantes de Marina, con estos 700 Marines que ya se encuentran a las afueras de la ciudad de Los Ángeles, si los envíen y qué puede provocar eso para la dinámica de las manifestaciones que estamos viendo aquí en Los Ángeles y también en otras muchas ciudades del país, como por ejemplo en Nueva York o también en Chicago. Ich danke euch, super. Wir behalten die Leitung für die englische Schalte.
%.
No, a gas mask.
Also handy. You're for White House? Yep. Just out at night. Just want to pay the bills, right? Uploading your Apple.
It's okay. It's expected once in a while, you know, for hours.
sind entweder die Rangers oder die Huntington die werden wahrscheinlich so von Rangers produziert. Ich nehme alles, wenn alle meine erste Militärparade war am 4. Juli 2019. Helena Hamilton. Mein erster Einsatz als Perfekt, Dankeschön. 4 Minuten. Ja, alright. Ich will das richtige Programm. Aber natürlich selbstverständlich. Perfekt, ja, ja. Hallöchen, ja, ich höre dich sehr gut, ich höre die Sendung sehr gut.
Hello, ma'am and sir.
Und ich hoffe, ihr seht mich
sidewalk, Ventura property. Thank you.
Perfekt. Oder war ein bisschen überdynamisch. Ja, alles klar, Dankeschön. Hallöchen, Heidi. Ja, das ist super perfekt. Und wenn ihr bitte in der ersten Antwortteile laut zur Seite spielt, dann würde ich ein bisschen in den Super, That's right, Brent. That's also the information that we have, that the U.S. Marines have been deployed by the Pentagon, by the Department of Defense, are already outside of the city. The question will probably remain if they have been trained for what they're supposed to do and also what the cost aspect will be. I would like to show you that we're standing in one of the hotspots of the protests we've seen in the last couple of days. As you can see right now, a couple of protesters are here, but really a very small crowd compared to what we saw here in the evening hours. Some members of the California National Guard are here yesterday. It was also by Customs and Border Protection Police, by a DHS of the Department of Homeland Security. So we've seen several units also with some military-style vehicles here, but not a single view of the U.S. Marines here in the city. But as you mentioned, there was some arrests that were carried out during the curfew. Last night it was the first time that Mayor Karen Bass announced and enforced this curfew that is supposed to stay active for the next couple of days to prevent, especially the area here of downtown LA, the city hall on the other side of the building, to see the scenes that we've seen over the last couple of days, including of vandalism, also attacks on law enforcement of police in the city. So the demonstration here kind of changed the dynamic, as we saw, especially during the first days on Saturday, when the raid started in the southern part of Los Angeles, with a very important, predominant Latino population. There were a lot of those protests happening during the day. Also here, there was a longer stand-up with police yesterday for a couple of hours. It lasted, with many protesting asking where are the families, because this is also a detention city. So we see vans from ICE, from immigration enforcement, bringing them in, law enforcement also blocking off exactly this entrance to make sure that these cars can also drive by. And we've seen also pictures on social media of the troops of the National Guard supporting this enforcement, this detentions that have been happening here in Los Angeles. We estimate say that more than 800,000 undocumented migrants. That's right, especially many nights when we look at what will happen in Washington DC on Saturday with the big military parade. President Trump said that they will tackle down on protesters very heavily. It's very difficult also to cordon off that area. But yes, these protests have been spreading to other cities, to New York, also to Chicago. There have been many big protests there. But you just mentioned the governor of Texas. And that's something that's quite remarkable if you look at the situation in California, because in times of peace, it's the governor who decides when to deploy National Guard. But in times of rebellion, of fear of rebellion, it's the president. And that's what the state of California is actually suing the Trump administration. In Texas, it will be different, because the governor can decide if he wants to deploy National Guard there to quell the protests. Hey, danke euch. You're so welcome.
Sorry guys, we're broadcasting at the same time, but like in a peaceful way. We get it, and you're waiting for 40 minutes. So
look, we can get some shadow now. No, but it's worth it, right? People also say no to it, right? All right, let's see text team.
You can say no too, you know that, right?
We're on the wrong side of history.
No, this is microphone. It's used to transmit voice from microphone. It's like a microphone. This is wireless It's used to connect my mic to my iPhone. So cable wire connects it with iPhone, but the wire split transmit voice from mic to iPhone. It's given by my company. It's long. Wireless long. Of course. Amazon, yeah, I got it here on Amazon. Buy this mic separately. However, also got here like microphone that I can link it here. This is also a mic. This device apart. Okay, yeah. Mike, yeah. So yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's very convenient. Yeah, it's amazing how it works. No, I haven't called it.
Not at all. I'm torn between the Dodgers and the Giants. I grew up in San Francisco, but
We have a little bit more space.
my mom, we never went to a Giants game. I never made it away from there. So I would say two great teams. I hope one of them wins.
And then we're going to have the mayor come in here, so be careful of that.
What city you live in? Filming.
Yes. Get in there. Two people go on this side just to balance it out a little bit. Maybe one fall first. Yeah. Two people. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, those are your fields? Yeah, no, that's how we This is 60 down. You took that? No, they sent it to me. The church is right here. Well, they literally arrested this man in front of the church. Just as they got numbers for me.
Everybody ready? Good afternoon, everyone. Let me just say that I am proud to stand here with leaders from our region. There are over 30 mayors represented here who I think reflect the concerns that are going on in our communities right now. A week ago, everything was peaceful in the city of Los Angeles and in all of the representatives behind me in their cities as well. Things began to be difficult on Friday when raids took place, and it's important that I begin there because that is the cause of the problems that have happened in the city of Los Angeles and other cities. This was provoked by the White House. The reason why, we don't know. I posit that maybe we are part of a national experiment to determine how far the federal government can go in reaching in and taking over power from a governor, power from a local jurisdiction, and frankly, leaving our city and our citizens, our residents, in fear. All of us represent cities in this region where immigrants are key, and if in some cases not the majority of the population. To have people live in fear like it is today is just unacceptable. So we started off by hearing the administration wanted to go after violent felons, gang members, drug dealers. But when you raid Home Depots and workplaces, when you tear parents and children apart, and when you run armored caravans through our streets, you're not trying to keep anyone safe. You're trying to cause fear and panic. And when you start deploying federalized troops on the heels of these raids, it is a drastic and chaotic escalation and completely unnecessary. These aren't the criminals the administration is allegedly targeting. These are mothers and fathers, restaurant workers, seamstress, home care workers, everyday Angelenos trying to make a living. We've heard stories of unmarked federal vans parked near LAUSD school graduations, a U.S. citizen 9 months pregnant who was hospitalized after being detained by federal agents, and an apparel business in downtown LA raided, where many Korean and Latino workers work long hours to support their families. Let me just say that I am very proud to stand here with the mayors, the leadership of so many cities, but you should take note that the individuals that are here with me today are all leaders in their area, and we all stand in support and solidarity and call for the raids to end. Now it's my pleasure to introduce Mayor Lemons from the city of Paramount.
Thank you, Mayor Bass, for bringing us together today and for your leadership in this difficult time. I stand before you today as the mayor of Paramount, a proud, tight-knit community that has been deeply shaken by recent events. In the last few days, our residents have faced loss, uncertainty, and fear. For many in our city, this has been one of the most devastating moments in recent memory. Lives have been disrupted, families are too afraid to leave their homes, and the very places that once served as gathering spots for joy, like our beloved swap meet, have been marred by fear. as a vibrant gathering place for our diverse community, some are avoiding going to work. It continues to get worse as these loyal vendors are forced to stay away out of fear of losing their livelihood. For some, it's the only way they feed their families. To see everyone hurt like this is heartbreaking. Last night at our city council meeting, we heard from our residents. Their anger, their fear, and their uncertainty about the future is understandable. Not only did we hear it last night, myself and members of the City Council witnessed the devastation firsthand that Saturday morning. We share the same anger, sadness, and trauma. Then to see the presence of the National Guard in our city, it only makes things worse and leads to unnecessary escalation. We can and will do better to serve and advocate for our immigrant population. I want to speak directly to the people of Paramount. We see you, we hear you, and we are with you. We acted last night and directed staff to create a special fund that will financially help our immigrant families affected during this challenging time. And it doesn't stop there. The City Council and staff are working tirelessly to develop other means of support and assistance, doing more to support our community. We will also be seeking out our residents who have been directly impacted so that we may hear from them and provide direct support. Paramount is resilient. We've been through challenges before, and we will rise together. We are also grateful for the regional collaboration that's happening right now. We cannot face this alone. This is a moment for cities to stand united, regardless of our boundaries, because when one community is hurting, we all feel it. To our neighboring cities, to the county, to the state agency, and to Mayor Bass, thank you for extending a hand to our residents. Your support means the world. And next we have Arturo Flores, Mayor Arturo Flores from Huntington Park.
Thank you so much, Mayor Lemons, for those remarks. Good morning. My name is Arturo Flores. I am the mayor of the beautiful city of Huntington Park. I myself am a combat veteran of the United States Marine Corps. I've served in the theaters of Iraq and Afghanistan in defense of this country and in defense of the Constitution of the United States. Militarization of immigration enforcement has no place in our neighborhoods. And the deployment of Marines on U.S. soil is an alarming escalation that undermines the values of democracy. As mayors across this region, we stand united in rejecting fear-based tactics that target immigrant communities and erode public trust. Let me say that one more time. We stand against these fear-based tactics that target immigrant communities and erode public trust. We call on federal leaders to uphold civil rights and end the militarization of enforcement and to pursue humane, community-centered solutions. Our communities are not battlegrounds. Deploying military forces and conducting militarized ICE raids in immigrant neighborhoods is not about public safety. It is about political theater that is rooted in fear. It threatens families, traumatizes children, and corrodes the foundational trust between local government and the people that we serve. I stand shoulder to shoulder with Mayor Bass and with my fellow leaders and fellow mayors here, and any leader who values justice over intimidation. We will protect our residents, we will speak out against unconstitutional actions, and we will continue to build cities where all people, regardless of immigration status, can live without fear. I understand that the deployment of 700 Marines out of 29 Palms, and I believe the unit is 27, have been deployed to the Los Angeles area. I have a message for those Marines who are probably watching. Brothers, I myself have fought in different theaters. I fought wars. And I will tell you this, the people that you are here who have been called foreigners are not foreigners. These are Americans. And when we lifted our hands and we swore the oath to defend the Constitution and to defend this country, that oath was to the American people. It was not to a dictator. It was not to a tyrant. It was not to a president. It was to the American people. And the people that are here in these communities, in the city of LA, and the cities that you'll hear from, are Americans. Whether they have a document or they don't, you're dealing with Americans. So please remember that. If you're ever put in a situation or asked to do something, remember, you are dealing with Americans. With that being said, up next I'll introduce Mayor Judith Merlot from the city of Vernon. Sí, en español, mi nombre es Arturo Flores, yo soy el alcalde de la ciudad de Huntington Park. Estoy aquí hoy yo como veterano de los Estados Unidos, de la Marina, para decirle al público que lo que está pasando no está bien. Yo he peleado en guerras y yo tengo un mensaje para los marines, los 700 marines que están aquí en Los Ángeles hoy en día. Que las personas que ellos van a ver, que ellos van a estar en Los Ángeles, no son personas que son de un diferente país, no son personas que son terroristas. Estos son personas que son americanos. Entonces nosotros como una comunidad tenemos que elevar nuestra voz y decir que este tipo de injusticia no se vale. Y el mensaje es que las personas que están aquí en Los Ángeles son americanos. Con papeles o sin papeles somos americanos porque creemos en el sueño americano. Después quiero introducir al alcalde Judith Merlot de la ciudad de Vernon. Gracias.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Mayor, for having us. As Mayor of the City of Vernon, I want to reaffirm our city's unwavering commitment to the safety, dignity, and well-being of individuals, regardless of immigration status. I'm here today to stand in solidarity with Mayor Bass and the other local elected officials facing immigration, raids, and military presence in their cities. These recent events have been stressful and upsetting for many. In many challenging times, I want to reassure you, the people of Los Angeles, Southeast Los Angeles, and throughout the region, that we are your public servants, your neighbors, and your active partners, striving to maintain safe and inclusive communities. Thank you. I am now going to present Mayor Maria Davila from Southgate.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Bass, for uniting all the mayors of the city of LA and the surrounding cities. As a mayor of the city of Southgate, I'm at home with everything that is going on and how ICE is scaring our communities. Just as we were on our way over here, we were notified that they were raiding the city of Southgate. And that's unacceptable. Because you're targeting communities, you're targeting residents where children are living, where they reside. And this is unacceptable. It is hard for us as elected officials to hear that a person who is representing us up in the federal level is capable of doing such a horrendous, just unbelievable things to our constituents and to our people. We understand, that we have to uphold the law, but at the same time, we need to understand that we have families who are scared. We have residents who are scared. We have parents. We have children. Now our children are out of school. And what are they going to do? Are they going to be kept at home just because, the raids are continuing here in our communities? That's unacceptable. We need to continue being united and let Washington, D.C. understand that this is a community of immigrants. We are all immigrants. I am an immigrant myself. I came to the United States, and I am working for our community. The current action of ICE treats immigrants as criminals. We are not criminals. We are hardworking people. We came to the United States to work, to better our families. The humanizing and targeting people who often threat, Southgate stands with our surrounding cities and to all our community. The people of the city of Southgate, I'm talking to you. You are not alone. We are here with you, and we are going to be helping and also making sure that everyone is safe. So with that, I am going to be calling up Mayor from Ventura, Jeanette Sanchez Palacio.
Good afternoon or good morning still, everyone. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Mayor Bass, for inviting us. Thank you to all the mayors who are here throughout California. And while you may see many of us, there are many more who are not here, who could not be here with us today, but who support this effort in being united together. We are outraged and heartbroken by the recent and ongoing ICE activities targeting immigrant families in our community. These actions are not only inhumane, but they are also an affront to the values we uphold in Ventura, but also throughout the state of California. The city in Ventura in our region is an agricultural region. They are sustained by labor, resilience, and cultural richness of immigrant communities. And when our workforce lives are in fear, the fields will go unharvested. The impact is felt not only at the local level, but it will also be felt at the national level. Everything will be affected, and every American who is here and relies on the labor of these individuals will also be affected. These same individuals are also the community who held up the large portion of essential workforce while we were in the pandemic. These are the very workers who kept the state running, who kept our families fed, and who kept our lives safe. But most importantly, let's not forget that these people are also human. At the basic level, they are our friends, they are our family, and they are our loved ones. And as elected officials representing various cities across the state, we have come here together to condemn the separation of immigrant families. No one deserves to live in fear, simply for seeking a better life or for seeking a better life for themselves or their loved ones. And so we call for a swift and coordinated action by our federal officials to put an end to these destructive practices and instead focus on a comprehensive immigration reform. We call on our fellow elected leaders to raise their voices with courage and to center humanity in every decision they make. Ahora en español. Soy la alcaldesa Janet Sánchez Palacios de la ciudad de Ventura. Y estamos aquí junto a la alcaldesa Mayor Bass. Gracias por invitarnos, también con otros representantes de diferentes ciudades del estado de California. Para nosotros es importante enseñar la solidaridad que tenemos juntos. No importa de qué ciudad o de qué área estemos. Estas redadas que ICE ha estado haciendo es simplemente para intimidar a nuestra comunidad, que durante la pandemia fueron los que estuvieron trabajando fuerte allá. Ellos fueron los que ayudaron a este estado a sobresalir la pandemia. Y ahora están siendo directamente afectados y atacados por esta administración. Lo que necesitamos es una reforma comprensiva de inmigración. Y aunque tenemos muchos funcionarios aquí presentes, hay muchos más que no pudieron estar aquí que también apoyan esta unión de solidaridad. Hacemos un llamado de acción rápida y coordinada a los funcionarios federales para que pongan fin a estas prácticas destructivas y en lugar se enfoquen en pólizas basadas en la compasión, la justicia, y la dignidad humana. Y llamamos a nuestros colegas, líderes electos, que también alcen su voz, actúen con valentía y que pongan la humanidad en el centro de cada decisión. Ahora se lo regreso al alcalde Bass. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone that spoke. Let me just say that of the leaders that are standing here, whether a raid took place in your city or not, it's the sense of fear that is spread when these raids take place. And I think everybody here knows that maybe today it was the city of Los Angeles, tomorrow it's one of your cities. When this type of chaotic behavior from Washington, D.C. is forced upon a city, upon all of our cities, then again the fear and the terror that is in our populations is profound and very traumatizing. I've asked the mayors and other leaders that didn't have an opportunity to speak if they would come up and introduce themselves and the position that they hold within their city. So we would ask that maybe we could start here.
Thank you, Mayor Bass. My name is Lorraine Avila Moore, council member from the city of Linwood, and I support Mayor Bass and all my colleagues behind me. We stand together united, and we will continue to fight this immigration rate. Thank you.
Buenos días, soy Pedro Chavez, el alcalde de la ciudad de Santa Paula. My name is Pedro Chavez, and I represent the people, the hardworking people of Santa Paula.
Muy buenos días a todos. Me llamo Jorge Chávez. Soy el alcalde de la ciudad de Bell Gardens. My name is Jorge Chávez. I am the mayor of the great city of Bell Gardens out in southeast Los Angeles. Jorge, Jorgel. Thank you so much.
Mario Trujillo, the city of Downey. ICE was in my city this morning. They raided the Home Depot, the LA Fitness, and I understand they arrested an elderly man in front of Our Lady of Perpetual Help, a place of worship. He was dropping off his granddaughter at OPH school. Our job as elected officials is public safety. We would submit to you that these raids at Home Depots, restaurants, places of worship, or schools are not keeping our community safe. They are creating havoc and fear. This is not the way to provide public safety to the community. We're calling on the administration to change course and do their job correctly. Thank you. Soy Mario Trujillo, alcalde anticipado y current council member de la ciudad. Nuestro trabajo como personas elegidas es protección. Lo que la gente quiere de nosotros como los elegidos es protección de su familia y sus casas. Lo que está haciendo el gobierno federal no está probando esa protección. Arrestando gente en Home Depot, en los restaurantes, en las escuelas, en las graduaciones, en fiestas, no nos está manteniendo más seguro, nos está afectando negativamente en lo económico. Esto no es una manera de ser un líder. Estamos llamando a la administración que corrija su punto de vista. No lo están haciendo bien, que hagan su trabajo bien. Gracias.
No. Hold on. So we're going to go through, we're going to ask the mayors to introduce themselves, their name and their city, and if there has been a raid there. Any follow-up, we will give you the contact information, but we want everybody to have an opportunity to speak before you open up for questions.
My name is Gil Hurtado, council member of the city of Southgate. Soy Gil Hurtado, concejal de la ciudad de Southgate. Y nomás quería agregar que aunque físicamente ahora estuvieron en Southgate, psicológicamente han estado ahí desde el principio. What I was just saying in Spanish was that although ICE had not been in our community physically until this morning, psychologically they've been in our community ever since this whole mess started. So again, thank you for being here. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Andrew Lara. I'm a council member with the city of Pico Rivera. I'm California native. My ancestors were baptized at Mission San Juan Capistrano in 1807. So we are a group of people who know what it's like to be illegal in our own land. The very first thing that California did when they became a state in 1850 was pass a law that allowed the enslavement of California natives. So I stand in solidarity with my colleagues behind me, and I denounce the fear that is taking place in our communities. And I thank Mayor Bass for your leadership. Thank you.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Alberto Méndez, soy de la ciudad de Fillmore. Hello, my name is Albert Mendez, I'm with the city of Fillmore, and I stand in solidarity with Mayor Bass and my fellow mayors. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Sal Melendez, Mayor for the City of Montebello. And I just want to echo what one of my colleagues said from Southgate. Physically, ICE has not been in the City of Montebello, but psychologically they're there. Our community is in fear. Our community is afraid to go out. And I want to thank Mayor Bass for putting this together. And I stand in solidarity with all of my colleagues in the region. Thank you.
Good morning, Jessica Ancona, Mayor for the City of El Monte. Buenos días, Jessica Ancona, alcaldesa para la Ciudad del Monte. Although we haven't had ICE raids in the City of El Monte as of Friday, back in February, we did have a raid or a family detained, the brother and mother of a young woman who was battling cancer. Their primary caregiver of the young lady was taken, as well as the brother. At that time, I mobilized resources to get them representation on behalf of Congressman Gil Cisneros. I reached out to the Attorney General's office to provide them as much support as we could. So I'm here standing with all of my colleagues, mayors, council members, local officials, and thank you, Mayor Bass, for having us. Coming together, standing united in denouncing what is going on. We want the National Guard out of our region. We want the military out of our region. They have no business here. And we also want ICE out of our cities. We need to keep our families safe. And I stand united here with all of my colleagues. Thank you.
The Department of Homeland Security and the phone number for the ICE hotline all throughout our entertainment district. We've been living in anticipation and fear of what is happening right now, and I'm proud to be here standing in solidarity with mayors behind me and from across the country who are standing firmly against the destruction and disruption happening to our local communities. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Melissa Ramoso, council member and former mayor for the city of Artesia. I'm here today in solidarity with all the elected officials here. I am so proud that Mayor Bass has taken the stance and has gathered us here. We're living in a time that we have never seen. Last night, I had a young leader in my city text me and said, council member, we're scared. What do we do? And then I said, let's meet. And so right after this press conference, I'm meeting with her and other young leaders. And as a daughter of veterans, union leaders, former union members, it is critical time that people who look like me are supporting people who look like my Latino brothers and sisters here. It's going to happen to the AA and HBI community. It's going to happen to everywhere, to all the ethnicities. So I implore all of the other leaders to stand up and stand together in solidarity with all of us today. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Cynthia Gonzalez. I'm the Vice Mayor for the City of Cudahy, the Cela region, and although the raids haven't happened in our small city, they are happening in Southeast Los Angeles pretty heavily, and we stand united. And I also want to speak to Americans, especially to those who have allowed our community to be the scapegoat of this administration, that made you feel that your American dream hasn't happened because of us. I have a doctorate degree. All of us here are successful, and we are educated with our community behind us, documented or not. Undocumented people, the communities that we represent where I grew up, they did not interfere at all with my ability to be successful or achieve the American dream. If at all they helped feed us, they helped take care of my daughter when I needed babysitting and I couldn't have family members do it. There are neighbors. We don't ask our neighbors whether they have documentation or not. We are all united and we are all here. And if you should have anger, it should be for the gutting of Medicaid, it should be for the gutting of your Social Security, and it should be for corporate greed, because that is who they're after. And they're using our brown bodies to avoid the conversation that this administration is a failure and they do not know how to legislate.
Good afternoon. My name is Lana Negrete. I'm the mayor of the city of Santa Monica. Although we have not had raids, we have seen vehicles. It has created fear as a community who is still recovering. I'm a small business owner myself from COVID and the impacts to our local economy. And then the fires. We are seeing restaurants close, car washes shut down, and our local economy suffer. So my only message is that if this administration is concerned about economy, we are the fourth strongest. This is impacting the small business owners in a huge way. And I urge our community to try to stay together and calm the anxieties. Today we have graduates crossing the stage. This should not overshadow their opportunity as they launch into our community as young adults. And so my message to Santa Monica and everybody around is that we are here as local leaders. We are trying to provide as much transparency. If I know anything from the fires, it's consistent communication and collaboration, togetherness. So standing here today, we are sending a sign, and there's many that are not here, that we stand together. We are working together to share information, to quell the anxiety in our community as much as we can. So thank you for having us here.
Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Brenda Olmos. I'm the vice mayor from this beautiful city of Paramount. On Saturday morning, myself, along with Assemblymember Solache, we were gassed and we were hit with the rubber pellets or whatever they were shooting at us. I'm asking you, please listen to me. Stop terrorizing our residents. You need to stop these raids. We were at a council meeting last night where members of our community were crying to us. And Mayor, we need help. We need direction. With all of our great city council members, we need help and guidance on what we could do for our residents. But I'm asking you, please stop the raids. This has to stop now. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Doug Halter, Deputy Mayor of the City of Ventura. And this is absolutely unconscionable, what's going on. I had never thought in my life that I would be seeing this sort of disruption and this sort of terrorism attack on our citizens, on our community, on our residents, our friends, our family, our neighbors, our workers, our employers. Everything that impacts one part of our community impacts all of us. And to see this coming from our own country, the country that I was raised by my Italian grandparents to love and be so proud of, and to see this happen, it's just unconscionable. This has got to stop. We've been asking for comprehensive immigration reform for at least 30 years. Now, if he really wants to be a hero, get on it and get it done. And leave our people alone, because we will fight and we defend them. They're part of our community. They will always be a part of our community. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Councilmember Velma Cuellar Stallings. Buenos días, yo soy la Councilmember de la Ciudad de Paramount. Señora Vilma Cuellar Stallings, first of all, thank you, Mayor Bass, for having this. And on behalf of Paramount, I just want you to tell all of you that we're standing together. And together, we're going to get this done. Please, please, Paramount, know that we're here for you. Thank you.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Leticia López y estoy con la ciudad de City of Vernon. My name is Leticia López and I'm here with City of Vernon as a council member, and I stand in solidarity with my elected officials and Mayor Bass. Thank you for bringing us together.
Good morning, buenos días. My name is Crystal Larios. I am with the Vernon City Council. Mi nombre es Crystal Larios. Estoy con el Consejo Municipal de la Ciudad de Vernon. I am a proud daughter of immigrants. Soy una hija de papás inmigrantes. Muy orgullosamente. Estoy con ustedes. I stand with you. And I pledge all my support to the elected staff and everyone in doing everything we can to help.
Thank you, thank you. We'll open it up for questions now, and let me just say that we will provide everyone's contact information up here because we only have a few minutes for questions, but we want you to have complete access. Yes, are you going to?
Do you have any comments from the rates today that happens today in the morning in the city of Downey?
I'm sorry, do I have what?
Do you have any comments about, or do you have any reports about the rates that happened today in the morning in the city of Downey?
Oh, no, but I think that the mayor from Downey did address that and can address that a little later.
I know yesterday you spoke about trying to contact President Trump. Were you able to make any contact at all with anyone in the administration?
I have actually a call in the next few minutes, not with him, but to get that call set up.
And what were you planning on telling us? Can you tell us?
Well, yeah, that I want to speak to the president and that I want him to understand the significance of what is happening here. You know, there are reports that if all of the military that have been designated to be deployed, if you add them all up, it's more military than are serving today in Iraq. And the money that is being spent, $130 million, all of our cities could use that money.
I was hoping you could speak to the fact that some people have described what's going on as rioting, whether you agree or disagree with that terminology, and if you disagree with it, I was hoping you could confirm that no one is being booked under Penal Code 404, which is the rioting penal code.
I have not heard that. I've not heard of anybody being booked under that. You know, we established a curfew last night, and there were over 100 arrests, but they weren't for looting. They weren't for vandalism. They were for failure to disperse, as well as a curfew violation. So what I'm hoping is that people got the message that we're serious, and we won't even have those arrests tonight.
And what do you think about the rioting terminology?
Well, let me just tell you that the picture that is attempted to being portrayed, and all of us are impacted by this. If you look at TV and you see people who are demonstrating, some inappropriately, some violently, which I believe that anybody that's involved in violence or looting or vandalism is not supporting the cause of immigrants. Otherwise, they wouldn't be doing that because they know that that can trigger an even greater reaction from the administration. And so that is a picture you'd know in downtown Los Angeles because we are here. You know that this is isolated to several streets in downtown Los Angeles. The curfew that we put in place yesterday is about 6 square miles of a city that is 500 square miles. So the portrayal is that all of our cities are in chaos, rioting is happening everywhere. It is a lie.
Clearly you don't want the National Guard or the Marines here, but...
They're not needed.
Yeah, but since they are here, is there any line of communication set up between your office or Chief McDonald's office and whoever is in charge of the Marines and National Guard? Is there a line of communication?
Okay, first of all, the last I talked to the chief, there was no line of communication with the Marines. The line of communication is with the federalized National Guard, and you know they have one mission here, and that is to protect one building downtown. They weren't needed for that then, they're not needed now. When we did the curfew last night, it was all local law enforcement.
Do you believe there should be a line of communication?
Absolutely. I mean, well, first of all, I don't think it should be happening at all. But yes, there should be a line of communication.
So U.S. Attorney Bill Davey did announce some charges today.
Oh, he did? Okay.
And he said, quote, when protesting crosses the line into violence, the penalties will be severe. He's talking about up to 10 years in prison for possessing Molotov cocktails. At the same time, you have President who on day one pardons the January 6th rioters. Is there a double standard there, and what do you think about it?
Well, I think you just illustrated the double standard. And given that I was there on January 6th and saw an insurrection take place, the idea that what is happening here, is an insurrection is just false. And I think it is deliberately false. I don't think they're confused.
We're going to come down here to the post and then Craig at the back.
Okay, sorry. Thank you. Madam Mayor, the protests are spreading from Los Angeles to other cities.
Yes.
And I'm wondering, what does that say about how the Trump administration is handling not only these protests, but their immigration policy?
Well, I mean, I think that the other cities recognize if the nation's second largest city and our region that has 88 cities in it and is larger than 40 states, that's LA County, if it can happen here, then what does that say about states whose population doesn't even match the population of our county?
We're going to go to Craig, Josh, and then AP.
Good morning, Mayor. The curfew enforcement last night, you were live with me on KNX for some time. It was very late. It looked very much like it was successful in achieving its goals. I want to know what your take is on what unfolded last night, how it went, and then secondarily, is this curfew order going to be extended? You said first you review it today, potentially a few more days, and then you also, I think, indicated last night at KNX that you thought maybe it could end by the weekend.
Well, yes. So let me just say that the emergency declaration that I signed yesterday does not have a time limit to it. And so the curfews will go on as long as they are needed. But you know, it's really kind of interdependent on what the response is from the federal side. If there are raids that continue, if there are soldiers marching up and down our street, I would imagine that the curfew will continue. What I'm hoping is that Angelino's got the message last night that we are serious. The fact that the arrests last night were relatively minor, I am hoping that we won't have any arrests tonight.
Last night, as you expected?
Yes, it did.
We're going to go to Josh, AP, and then
Mayor, I know you've asked the administration to stop the raids, but have you gotten any indication that the raids are going to stop?
No, as a matter of fact, I think all of us probably have the same, I mean, at this point in time, we're functioning on rumors. And so the latest rumor that I'm aware of is that it's going to last for 30 days, but I really do have to say it's a rumor. Has anybody heard anything different? No. Right, but you see the point, we don't know. And that uncertainty creates fear and terror in our people.
And I know you don't know what the Marines are going to do.
No, I do not.
Are you open to the idea of suggesting that maybe they assist the LAPD in enforcing the curfew? And
Absolutely not. As one of our Marines who is up here, they are trained in warfare on foreign lands, not domestic. They cannot arrest. I don't know what role that they would play. And then just think about having the military here. When you see what's going on around here, if you drive a few blocks outside of downtown, you don't know that anything is happening in the city at all.
Down to AP, and then right here.
Hi, can you just talk about the metrics that you're considering for lifting the curfew? You said things generally went well last night. Do you see that again?
The metrics for lifting the curfew are twofold. Number one, a night where there's no arrest, okay? But number two, it's interdependent on what happens with the administration.
And then, you described these arrests as minor.
Minor meaning unlawful assembly and curfew.
Right. So not looting,
No, of course not.
But we did see, police on horseback, police firing.
Right.
Projectiles at seemingly peaceful demonstrators last night. So what do you say to people who see this as excessive force against people who are, out of the streets protesting the same stuff that you're describing as unconscionable?
Well, what I do believe is that we need to evaluate what has happened. One thing about our cities is that there's cameras everywhere. So individuals might not have been arrested on the day they committed the crime. It doesn't mean they won't coming down the line. But there have been allegations, and we need to check into each one of those.
Down in front here, and then we'll go to political, and then
Max Adler, Bloomberg. Do you have any idea how much extra LAPD spending has accrued since Friday? How will that impact the fiscal year? Additionally, there have been reports that the police hitting journalists and other innocent people.
Oh, yes.
Will the next budget include extra funding for police liabilities, which strain this kind of
Right. Well, let me just tell you that I don't have any idea how much is being spent in overtime now. Again, unnecessary. Didn't need to happen in the first place. I am concerned about the budget impacts. We had almost $1 billion deficit here, and so I'm concerned about that. But there's no way of knowing, and there's also no way of knowing when it's going to end.
So you talked about how we don't really know when the raids are going to stop.
Right.
This is a signature
that this is a realistic ask of them to stop the raids, and if that doesn't happen, like, what is plan B?
Well, let me just tell you that the alternative is to stay silent. And to me, I am going to continue to advocate on a federal level and look at the breadth and power that is represented here. You have over 30 leaders of cities, 30 cities joining together to talk about how this is impacting all of us. You know that in a year, the World Cup is going to be here? 8 games. All of our cities are going to be involved in the World Cup. I know the president is excited about the World Cup and wants to be supportive of the World Cup. The best way to support the World Cup? In the raids, and frankly, share some of that financial support that you're giving unnecessarily to the military.
And do you have any plans if that doesn't happen? Or have you talked
If it does, that the raids don't end, no. I mean, we are stuck in this no man's land of not having any idea when the policy will end.
We're going to Sean, and then we'll check again.
Hi, Sean.
Back to the city's approach to the protests, and there's some pretty clear tonal differences between the way California leaders have been talking about these protests versus the ones in 2020 during the pandemic. And I'm wondering, sort of politically speaking, what would you say the biggest lesson is that you took from 2020 and the subsequent backlash?
Well, in all fairness, in 2020, I was in Congress and I was doing police reform on a national level, so I spent most of my time visiting other cities, so I can't comment about 2020 here.
Questions in the back?
Sorry.
Right here.
I was just wondering if you could quantify the impact the raids may continue to culturally, financially, emotionally to the city.
We are trying to quantify that now, and I would invite the other mayors that have experienced raids, if they have quantified it now. But looking at police overtime, looking at the vandalism that took place in the downtown area and other areas, there was also, the looting that took place on one night, or maybe it was 2 nights. All of that is going to be a cost. But to me, it is also the human cost, the cost of these families being divided, for kids not knowing where their parents are, for kids and families being afraid to go to graduations. I had talked to a friend that went to the grocery store and the shelves were empty. Why? Because the immigrant labor didn't come to work. And this is an issue whether you are legal or not. You have people going to the immigration office for their annual check-ins that they're supposed to do with papers and going in and getting detained along with their families. So, I think the cost has to be looked at comprehensively, not just to vandalism and police overtime, but the human cost to the disruption of these families.
Can I follow up on that though? Like, there's shows up at the music center at the LA Opera, the Fiddle, and theaters that are having to be canceled, restaurants having to close early. Is there going to be any intervention to keep some of the money that they're losing?
Well, let me just say that the shows and all of that, I have not heard of one, but they are going to be accommodated. So the law enforcement knows that this is a major entertainment center and that, shows are going to take place. So that will be accommodated.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
And Mayor's here are also available to
Thank you, Mayor. Oh, you're welcome. Thank you. Very welcome. Thank you so much. Thank you. Appreciate you. Appreciate it.
vendors are scared to go out. I mean, it's something that is so quintessentially LA, it's making the very face of the city look different.
On top of that, just restaurants. American citizens restaurants are not operating, and it's not out of fear of protesters, it's because there's no one reporting the work because they're scared.
One of the things also I wanted to ask is Governor Newsom gave a very back to demonstrations, saying that Donald Trump wants your silence. Don't give in. Do you feel, being part of this group out here, do you feel as though Gavin Newsom went far enough? Do you feel like he has your back?
I do think he has our back. He is Donald Trump after people didn't want to. Actually, some of them didn't even ask this agreement afterwards. And I was thinking the Marines, I think he does have our back, and I doesn't want to fight.
Around here in Los Angeles during Prop 187, would have allowed teachers to turn over students with a documented status, among other things. Walk out and are you familiar with that? Did that inspire you coming out here at all?
I'm familiar with it, but I wasn't alive for it.
I look too young, right?
Yeah. But I am familiar, and it's honestly something that just makes me kind of blood. If that was a free walkout forever, and those
Y sí, eso es muy importante decirlo, porque incluso me ha pasado a mí.
Well, thank you very much for coming today. I will be joined, my name is Nathan Hockman. I'm the District Attorney of Los Angeles County. You'll hear after myself from Sheriff Robert Luna of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, and then Jim McDonald, the Chief of the Los Angeles Police Department. Before I announce the charges, the state charges that have been brought that are tied to these immigration protests, let me first put an overview about the charges. The complaints and the information you will hear about the charges today are not evidence. Evidence has to be presented in a court of law. An individual is presumed innocent until and unless they are proved guilty in that court of law beyond a reasonable doubt. So the discussion of the charges today is just that. It's a discussion of charges and not ultimately, or it does not ultimately constitute evidence of the crimes that will be presented in a court of law. So I first want to start out with a thank you. On behalf of the District Attorney's Office, I want to thank the hundreds of law enforcement officers from the LAPD, from the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, from their related law enforcement agencies that have come to Los Angeles to help out in this situation. It is not a situation, certainly, that law enforcement intended to actually have happen. Both the District Attorney's Office, the LAPD, the LA Sheriff's Department, and local law enforcement do not participate in federal civil immigration enforcement. I want to make that crystal clear. We were not alerted ahead of time that this was going to happen. We were not involved in the participation of it or the staging of it. We are not involved at all with respect to federal civil immigration enforcement. What happened, though, is that though the law enforcement has done its absolute best to protect individuals who wanted legitimately to protest, to use their First Amendment rights of speech, to peacefully assemble. And when I say law enforcement has worked incredibly hard, they have worked overtime to make sure that people who want to engage in this legitimate protest have the opportunity to do so. The District Attorney's Office equally will fiercely protect people's rights to peacefully assemble and peacefully engage in First Amendment protected speech. However, when that speech crosses over from protected speech into illegal conduct, the people who engage in that illegal conduct will be prosecuted. They will first be arrested, they will be prosecuted, and they will be punished to the full extent of the law. We have said this repeatedly. We've said this as a warning to people who are thinking about conducting these illegal acts, pretending that they are engaged in protests, but at the moment they engage in the illegal acts, they are no longer legitimate First Amendment protesters. They are criminals, and they will be prosecuted as criminals. If people want to hurl insults, we will protect that. If people want to engage in crimes, we will prosecute them. So hurling bricks, hurling cinder blocks, hurling fireworks will not be tolerated in this county, now or ever. So when we talk about the cases that we are brought, I'm going to highlight 5 cases today that we have brought in order to, again, not to give an example of the types of cases that we are bringing, and as importantly, the types of potential criminal consequences the individuals who've engaged in this criminal activity will face. And in saying that, we will be having literally dozens and dozens of additional cases that will be brought to us from law enforcement to consider filing. In the weeks to come, we will look through all those cases. And by the way, as a quick aside, for any individual who's engaged in criminal conduct but did not get immediately arrested, let me provide some bad news for you. There's a tremendous amount of video out there through social media and otherwise. We will know who you are, who engaged in this conduct. We will track you down, we will arrest you, we will prosecute you, and we will punish you. So, for people who've already engaged in this illegal activity, we're coming for you. For people who are thinking that maybe this is a good idea to do, please take this as your warning. That if you engage in this conduct, please don't come to us afterwards and say, we didn't think anything was going to happen to us, because those prosecutions will occur. And again, before I go into the examples, let me give you one more overview. If you only saw the social media and the media reports of what's gone on over the last 5 days, you would think that Los Angeles is on the verge of war, that we are truly being attacked repeatedly over and over and over again, because that has been the media's message to both people in Los Angeles, to people in the state of California, to people in this nation, to people throughout this entire world. That somehow, every second of every day, there's another exploding firework on our street, that motorcycles are running into cops, that stores are being looted, that buildings are being vandalized and graffitied. But let me put this in perspective for you. There are 11 million people in this county, 4 million of which live in Los Angeles City. We estimate that there's probably thousands of people who've engaged in legitimate protests, let's say 4,000 people. That means that 99.9% of people who live in Los Angeles City or generally in Los Angeles County have not engaged in any protest at all. Now, amongst the people who've engaged in protests, we estimate there are hundreds of people, let's say up to maybe 400 to use rough percentages, who've engaged in this type of illegal activity. So what does that mean? That means that 99.99% of people who live in Los Angeles City or live in Los Angeles County have not committed any illegal acts in connection with this protest whatsoever. So let's put that as a context when we look at these images over and over again that the media wants to put out there to try and scare us all. And then understand what the resources that we can bring, that law enforcement can bring to this task. The Los Angeles Police Department has over 8,500 officers. Sheriff Luna has over 9,000 officers. The California Highway Patrol, the local law enforcement agencies that have all been enlisted and have been so generous in helping us out, bring additional thousands of officers if needed for any level of civil unrest that might occur. And that civil unrest has been on a downward trend over the last several days, but these law enforcement officers are absolutely ready for anything that comes their way. So let me describe these 5 cases. The first case involves an individual who's been charged. His name is Juan Rodriguez. He's from Gardena. He's been charged with 1 felony count of assault upon a peace officer, resisting arrest, and advocating violence against an officer that has caused injury. At 5 p.m. on June 8th, Mr. Rodriguez allegedly passed out commercial-grade fireworks to a group of protesters who lit them and threw these commercial-grade fireworks at police officers at the intersection of First Street and Los Angeles Street. He's also accused of throwing the fireworks himself at the officers. And one of these fireworks exploded and injured an officer from the exploding sparks. If convicted as charged, Mr. Rodriguez will be facing 6 years and 4 months in state prison. Second case, it involves Randy Paul Ruiz and Georgina Ravallero. Both have been charged with 2 felony counts of assault upon a peace officer. On June 8th, at approximately 3:40 p.m., police were holding a skirmish line at the corner of Temple and Alameda Streets when Mr. Ruiz allegedly drove his motorcycle into a line of officers. Minutes later, Ms. Ravallero is accused of driving another motorcycle into the officers, injuring one and knocking down several others. If convicted as charged, Ruiz and Ravallero each face up to 6 years and 4 months in state prison. Third case, Timmy Polk and Raven Mitchell. This case involves both of these individuals being charged with 1 felony count of second-degree commercial burglary and grand theft. On June 8th at about 10:15 p.m., Mitchell was double parked near a Nike store in the 600 block of South Broadway that was allegedly being looted by a group of people. Polk is accused of stealing multiple items from that store and getting into the car driven by Mitchell. They fled, but they were arrested a short time later. If convicted as charged, they each face up to 3 years in state prison. The next two cases are Los Angeles Sheriff's Department cases. Sheriff Luna will provide additional facts about these cases, but let me just give a quick overview of each one. Ulysses Sanchez. Ulysses Sanchez has been charged with one felony count of assault with a deadly weapon, possession of a firearm by a felon, and one misdemeanor count each of reckless driving and possession of a smoking device. On June 8th at 9:35 p.m., Mr. Sanchez engaged in reckless driving in his minivan in downtown Los Angeles. Many of you saw the video footage of this where he was driving in donuts and injuring individuals. Mr. Sanchez is a third striker. If convicted as charged, Mr. Sanchez faces up to 25 years to life in state prison. The fifth case is Christopher Gonzalez and Jocelyn Johnson. In this case, they have both been charged with one felony count of conspiracy to commit vandalism and two felony counts of vandalism as well. On June 9th at 6:30 p.m., Mr. Gonzalez is accused of vandalizing an apartment complex down here on the 500 block of South Broadway, and Mr. Gonzalez allegedly painted graffiti right here on the Hall of Justice. They each face 3 years and 8 months in state prison. I'm going to turn the microphone over to Sheriff Luna to go into greater detail. But again, I cannot commend enough the tireless work that law enforcement has brought to this task to try and keep us safe and still ensure that people who want to legitimately protest get that opportunity. Sheriff Luna.
Thank you, DA Hochman. Thank you all for covering this story. I do want to start off not only by thanking all of you for being here, but I do want to take just a quick second to thank the district attorney. The day after the protest started, he called me. He told me he was assigning a special prosecutor to deal with violence against our deputy sheriffs or any other related police officers. And I really appreciate that, because just for a quick second, if you could think of the mindset of our employees having to leave their families and coming to work, to know that they're going to be in the middle of some of that isolated chaos that you've seen. It is good to know that when they are being violently attacked, whether it's with rocks, bottles, Molotov cocktails, pyrotechnics, pepper spray, I could go on, that they know that the individuals that we're going to focus on them, and we have a district attorney who's going to bring forward charges. And just really quick, I received the same call from the U.S. attorney here in Los Angeles, and I think all of you saw something earlier today where he is doing the same thing with federal charges. So I just say that, and Mr. Hochman said it perfectly and articulated it very well. There's a big distinction between individuals that protest and demonstrate to violent, destructive, basically anarchists. I mean, just creating that chaos. What we're talking about are the individuals who don't care about the issue at hand, because we will facilitate all peaceful First Amendment activity. But when you have people that are out here to commit acts of violence against our deputy sheriffs or police officers, or they're destroying our city, we're going to stop it. You see it, it's frustrating, and as the days have gone on, arrests are climbing, and now the prosecutions are taking place. And just this warning, because if you didn't get caught the last couple of nights, there's a lot of evidence out there, and you're probably going to get detectives or others knocking on your door and arresting you and bringing you in for either committing all these acts that we've talked about. So just a little bit on some of the cases. On Saturday, during civil arrest in Paramount, a local gas station was burglarized, looted on Alondra Boulevard. After the unlawful assembly concluded, Compton deputies responded to the gas station to secure the location and take the reports of the burglaries that had occurred. While at the location, an individual shouted at them and threw 2 full cans of beer in their direction. And I don't think it was to say thank you. It was for the opposite reason. The deputies ordered him to leave. However, he refused and threw a 3rd full can of beer at our deputies. Based on the suspect's assaultive actions, deputies used less lethal force, specifically a 40-millimeter baton launcher, striking the suspect. The deputies were able to immediately handcuff the suspect without any further incident. The suspect, 20-year-old Eduardo Cervantes, a resident of Linwood, was arrested for assault with a deadly weapon on a police officer. He was released on his own recognizance yesterday at the Compton court. Separately, 2 suspects arrested for felony vandalism here at the Hall of Justice. On Monday, deputies were driving in the 200 block of Temple Street near the Hall of Justice when they observed an act of vandalism in progress. They witnessed a 20-year-old Christopher Gonzalez Reese defacing the south wall of the Hall of Justice building, not with a spray can. He was literally standing there with a paint roller, a very long stick, and writing graffiti over an area measuring about 18 feet by 12. The suspect was using beige paint, and the content of the graffiti included profanity directed at a federal agency. The same suspect was previously identified as the same individual who was observed committing a similar act of vandalism on the south wall of a building located in the 500 block of North Broadway. In both occurrences, a second suspect identified as 40-year-old Jocelyn Johnson appeared to act as a lookout and was observed video recording the acts of vandalism. Following the second incident, deputies contacted both suspects and took them into custody. A search of their vehicle led to the discovery of large buckets of paint and a 10-foot extension pole believed to have been used in the commission of these crimes that were described. Both suspects were arrested and booked on felony vandalism charges. Just as I wrap up and before I turn it over to my partner, Chief Jim McDonald, I just want to reiterate, we will facilitate the peaceful protest, and thank God 99% of them are taking place in this one square mile area here in the city of Los Angeles, and then when you saw in Paramount and Compton on Saturday. We are going to do everything we can to protect our employees when they're being attacked. So if you come to demonstrate, that's great. If you come to throw things at us, attack our employees, you're going to get arrested, maybe not that day, but later, and you're going to get prosecuted. And not only may you serve significant time in jail, but there's going to be fines behind that. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Chief McDonald, and I'll be available for questions after he has completed his portion.
Thank you, Sheriff Luna, and thank you all. Good afternoon. And again, you'll hear some common themes here, certainly. I want to start by expressing my sincere gratitude to all of our officers and deputies on the lines for their professionalism and dedication. They've been asked to work long hours in dangerous and unpredictable conditions, and I'm grateful and proud of their resilience. I also want to thank our dedicated partners from local, state, and federal agencies for ongoing partnership and unwavering support during these challenging times. The Los Angeles Police Department recognizes and supports the right to peaceful protest, but when individuals choose to weaponize that right, by assaulting peace officers, endangering lives, or committing crimes under the cover of a crowd that is no longer a protest, that is a crime and it won't be tolerated. 3 individuals have been charged with felony assault on our officers, including the use of fireworks and motorcycles to cause harm. These were deliberate attacks. Acts that injured officers who were simply doing their job out there to protect the public. Let's not forget our officers face uncertain and often dangerous situations every day, and their risk to their lives has been even greater over these last few days. I've watched Molotov cocktails and fireworks shot mortars being launched out of tubes at our officers. They're encountering routinely M-type fireworks and commercial-grade fireworks, which in the state of California are considered explosives, and they can kill. Our officers should never have to face targeted violence while standing on a line to protect others. I want to thank the district attorney for pursuing felony charges in these cases. It sends a strong and important message If you assault a peace officer in this city or this county, you will be held accountable. Additionally, I'm also pleased that there are charges related to looting and vandalism, crimes that took advantage of the unrest to target businesses and city property. In one case, a retail store was burglarized and tens of thousands of dollars in merchandise were stolen. In another, graffiti was sprayed onto a historic public building while an accomplice stood watch. These crimes don't advance any cause or further any message. What they do is harm to our communities, our small businesses, and our civic institutions. The LAPD will continue to investigate all incidents thoroughly and work with our partners in the DA's office to bring every offender to justice. We remain committed to protecting First Amendment rights, restoring peace, and holding criminals accountable. I want to thank our officers, our partners in this community for their resilience and cooperation throughout this event. Thank you.
And before we start with questions, I also want to thank the two members of my office that have worked around the clock to bring these charges. Alva Lynn, who's our head deputy of our charge evaluation division, and Deputy District Attorney Michael Blank of our Crimes Against Police Officers Division. Now we'll take questions. Yes.
So earlier today, Major General Sherman said that National Guard members have detained some people. They've already done this and then immediately turned them over to law enforcement. Can you share a little bit about which law enforcement they went to, how many detained?
We're still working out a lot of the communication and coordination with the Army, who is in charge of the Marines as well. So I don't think whether Chief McDonald or I have heard specifically about that. I'm almost positive, but there is some guessing in this, that when he's talking about law enforcement, he's talking about federal law enforcement. Because one of their missions, from what has been described to us, is other than protecting federal facilities, they are protecting federal employees or federal law enforcement. So they're going to be going out together from our limited understanding thus far, and I think that's exactly what he's talking about.
Thank you.
I understand most of the people arrested are not facing the serious types of felonies that you're describing. They're probably going to be referred to the city attorney for less serious failure to whatever those allegations would be. In recent history in Southern California, hundreds of people have been arrested on those allegations at protests, and then the city has made the decision not to prosecute any of them. And I'm curious if you're going to take a different position or what your thoughts are about that as it relates to the people arrested in the last few days.
So you are correct that there are certain crimes committed, misdemeanor crimes committed here in Los Angeles City that would be the jurisdiction of the city attorney's office. I have spoken to the city attorney, Heidi Feldstein Soto. She takes these crimes very seriously. I don't want to speak for her ahead of time as to the types of charges she's going to bring on these various violations. And you're right, they can, even misdemeanors can span a spectrum from failure to disperse, from violations of curfew, onto even more serious violent actions or actions involving theft. So I can tell you, having spoken to Ms. Feldstein Soto, that she and her office will be taking these violations very seriously. I don't think we have a precedent that was set in prior protests. I will tell you from the district attorney's office, which didn't bring charges in connection with the prior protests, starting today, you've heard we are bringing these charges, felony charges. We consider the actions, particularly the actions against law enforcement, the actions against public safety, the actions defacing, as Chief McDonald said, historic buildings, extremely serious. In many ways, I've been, well, not in many ways, I've been a lifelong Angelino. I've been here over 60 years in this city and in this county. These people who want to go ahead and not protest and not engage in legitimate speech, but want to go ahead and commit crimes in our home, we're going to protect our home. We're going to make sure if someone wants to throw cinder blocks at our police officers, we're going to protect our police officers and hold those people accountable. They want to go ahead and write disgusting words all over our public buildings, we're going to go after them as well. They want to steal from our stores, we're going to hold them accountable for their actions. And that's the way I view it. That's the way the district attorney's office views it. If you want to come into our county, into our home, and commit crimes, you will be arrested, prosecuted, and punished.
2 questions, if I may. The first one being, all 3 of you have spoken in some regard about outside agitators or anarchists, I've heard. Obviously, you also respect the rights of peaceful protesters. I'm wondering if you can provide any evidence of maybe organization from anarchists. Have you been able to trace a certain group that's behind it? Obviously, you've highlighted 5 cases of men and women doing destruction, but is there any other evidence about anarchists or people that are coming in here with organized intentions?
I'm limited in what I can respond to that, only because there's ongoing cases, but I can assure you that all of us up here are looking to see if there is a conspiracy of some kind, organization. There is some evidence we've seen that I don't want to share at this time, and it's not because I don't want to talk to you about it. It's because we're focused on arresting those individuals involved and bringing the best cases forward. Some of them may be to the district attorney, but highly likely to the U.S. attorney, where we're working with some of our federal partners to look at that angle of exactly what you're asking for.
Then a quick follow-up for the chief. And this is coming from somebody who's been here for several days and have watched how your law enforcement officers have conducted themselves and have used less lethal rounds, from my perspective, only after being agitated by other people throwing things. However, there is a video now circulating online of less lethal methods being used on a woman, not quite a protester, standing very close to officers, being fired at with less lethal methods. Also a caveat that we do see these police officers give her multiple warnings, but I'm wondering if you can comment on the use of those methods at such a close distance as someone that did not seem to be posing much of a threat.
Yeah, I can't speak to that individual case because I'm not aware what the follow-up was. But each one of these we see generates an investigative follow-up. We will look into it thoroughly and then, look for all the video we possibly can out there, body-worn video on the officers, and then a video from the environment there, and put together as best we can what the circumstances were.
Perhaps then you could speak to people out there who may not understand that a warning's a warning, or
Yeah.
that maybe officers would take that step.
Yeah, thank you for that. The bottom line is, once we give a dispersal order, it's because things have gotten out of hand and we're trying to restore order, and you are ordered to leave that area, and the officers are going to clear that area. And some of the tactics used involve less lethal munitions, and certainly while they're way more accurate than they were in years past, certainly there's also times where they potentially hit a target that was not the intended target. So if you're in the environment and you're told to leave, please leave, because for your own safety and the safety of everyone around you.
Chief, do you know what's going on in Boyle Heights? I just saw a video when I was leaving my office to get over here. There was a white car and then 2 silver cars. I think it was an SUV and a silver truck. Came up, caught off the white car, and 2 people hopped out. I mean, they looked, like they were, I couldn't tell if they were feds or local officers.
Right.
And then they detained that driver. Any idea what's...
Yeah, I've heard about that too. I haven't been able to find out more about it at this time. I know that Hollenbeck units were dispatched to that, so once we free up here, we'll figure out what was going on out there more.
Chief, and just to kind of follow up on that question, just trying to understand, does that mean that you guys have begun use of force reviews on some of these incidents?
Oh yeah, whenever anything happens of significance, we start looking at it right away, try and capture all the video we can, any other evidence we can right away.
We're going to take a couple more questions.
There's one particular question I wanted to ask. There was an arrest of Luz Aguilar. I believe she's an aide to one of our council members. I was wondering if there was any information regarding that arrest, if there were any charges that were posted for her and her sister, Antonia Aguilar.
Was it when you talked about? No. Yeah, no, I'll have to follow up with you to see what if there were charges filed or not on that one.
Maybe if the sheriff could just clarify what he had said earlier to the question about the National Guard now being given authorization to detain people. How would it work then, I suppose, and it sounded like from your previous answer you were saying they're only really there to detain those that are causing harm to federal officers, but I don't know, how would a handoff work to local law enforcement if the National Guard was to detain, say, a protester?
Let me clarify that. What's been communicated to me thus far, and we are asking for more specific communication from the Army, which the National Guard is falling under them now, along with the Marines, is that they've expressed to us that they have their mission is split up into 3 areas. That it is to protect federal functions, to protect federal facilities, and to protect federal personnel. And as far as I know, and again, we are all in meetings trying to increase our communication and coordination with them, so we're still asking for specific clarification. My understanding at this point is that they do not have the powers to arrest or detain. So if they are out in the field, they may be there, but they're working in conjunction with federal authorities. It could be ICE, Border Patrol. There's a whole host of acronym federal agencies that they're working with. But again, not knowing that specific incident, that's where communication and coordination is critical.
Sheriff, do you know, are the Marines here? I've been hearing since Sunday they've been on their way. And what are we, Wednesday?
I would be guessing if I try to answer that. Again, I'm just going to leave it at this. We are doing everything we can. I know Chief McDonald and I and our staffs are doing everything we can to improve our communication with the Army, so we would know those specific questions. And they were just activated, I think, what was it, Sunday? So there's a lot going on behind the scenes. And first of all, I just tell you, I've never served in the military. I have nothing but respect for people in the military, whether they're soldiers in the National Guard or Marines. They are our soldiers. So we're doing our best to put them and ourselves, and primarily our community, in a position so that we succeed together moving forward. Because frankly, we're all in an extremely difficult situation right now that none of us have ever been involved in, including the military.
Thank you all. Assistant District Attorney Maria Ramirez is going to give us some remarks in Spanish.
I will briefly summarize the DA's statements in Spanish, and then any questions in Spanish can be directed at the individual agencies afterwards. Estamos aquí hoy para anunciar los cargos que ha presentado mi oficina en relación con las protestas migratorias que han ocurrido en los últimos días. Primero queremos agradecer a los cientos de oficiales y diputados de agencias de todo el sur de California que han protegido nuestras calles y mantenido a Los Ángeles seguro. No importa la hora, día o noche, estos oficiales y diputados se han puesto en peligro al ser llamados para garantizar que las protestas fueran ordenadas y pacíficas. Desafortunadamente, eso no siempre sucede y deben ser elogiados por su trabajo. Aunque las leyes de inmigración están bajo la jurisdicción federal y no dentro de la autoridad de nuestra oficina, reconocemos el impacto real y profundo que estas operaciones tienen en la confianza entre las comunidades de inmigrantes y la policía local. Todos en nuestro condado, sin importar dónde hayan nacido, merecen sentirse seguros al informar un crimen, solicitar ayuda si son víctimas de un crimen o participar en el sistema de justicia sin miedo a represalias o separación de sus seres queridos. Esta oficina apoya el derecho a protestar pacíficamente y la libertad de expresión, pero si ponen en riesgo la vida de los oficiales, dañan propiedad pública o participan en actos de violencia bajo el pretexto de la protesta, los haremos responsables. A partir de hoy, nuestra oficina ha presentado casos contra más de 12 personas en relación con las protestas migratorias. En estos casos se encuentran contra, primero, Juan Rodríguez, está acusado de un cargo de delito grave de asalto a un oficial de paz, resistencia al arresto y promoción a la violencia contra un oficial causando lesiones. Randy Paul Ruiz y Georgina Ravellero están ambos acusados de 2 delitos graves de asalto a un oficial de paz. Ulises Sánchez enfrenta un cargo de delito grave de asalto con arma mortal, posesión de una arma de fuego por un delincuente y un cargo menor de conducción imprudente y posesión de un dispositivo de fumar. Christopher González y Jocelyn Johnson han sido acusados de un cargo de delito grave por conspiración para cometer vandalismo y 2 cargos de vandalismo. Timmy Polk y Raven Mitchell enfrentan un cargo de delito grave cada uno por robo comercial en segundo grado y un robo a gran escala. Hemos referido 3 casos a la oficina de la fiscal de la ciudad de Los Ángeles para consideración de presentación de delitos menores. Quiero recordar a todos, aunque ha habido número de arrestos, no todos esos casos se presentarán a nuestra oficina. Algunos casos serán presentados a la Oficina de Fiscal de los Estados Unidos y a la Oficina de Fiscal de la Ciudad de Los Ángeles. Se espera que casos adicionales sean presentados a la Oficina de Fiscal de Distrito para consideración de presentación. En algunos casos, las personas que fueron arrestadas han sido citadas y liberadas. Esos casos aún no se han presentado. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you for your service. Thank you for your service.
He's running for governor. That's the new governor of California right there.
Yeah, right.
We used to say, which side are you on? Which side are you on? We're in so much debt that the only way out is revolution or war. So now the question is, which side are you on? Yeah.
And then when you guys get back home, look at the bets on the streets. You know what I'm saying? Like, all these people are putting the bets on the line for us right now. But then when you guys get back to home, you guys get no fucking bets and kind of things. You guys get nothing, and half of you guys end up on the fucking street with a drug problem. And then when you guys go to the VA says, oh, we can't help you. And then you wonder why all these motherfuckers have mental issues. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just saying, I'm not trying to deter you from doing what you're doing. I'm just saying the fact that you're trying to do. Just so that you're prepared, so when you go in there, you be like, whoa, I didn't know this. Anyway, what do you think? All right. That's how
They do rotate.
Positive guidelines, but as showing us at the time, they're pushing us away, following the guidelines as much as we can. And that's very important. Now we're starting. Probably. I hope I can. I have to move it. That one? Sure. Perfect. Okay. Thank you so much.
For sure. I'd like to be Thank you for a service, sir. Thank you for a service.
Well, oh my God, my favorite glasses. We got a live shot.
but frankly, I don't care what people are demanding. I don't support the action. I don't support it.
That rich guy's house to go on.
You need to go through? Okay.
Come on, you can go. You want to go through? Yeah. Okay. We gotta put you in the shop. I'm gonna turn around and see all these people. So if you want to have your mom and dad.
Okay.
Oh, this is beautiful. Thank you so much. What's that?
I'm gonna do a white balance. So you're gonna do it. Hold on. I'm gonna do a white balance. Hold on.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Muy buenas tardes, bienvenidos a esta edición especial de reportando desde la ciudad de Los Ángeles. Hoy tenemos cobertura en vivo, estamos en Los Ángeles, estamos también en la ciudad de Nueva York, estamos en San Antonio en cobertura especial de todas estas manifestaciones y movimientos que se centran en la política migratoria del presidente Donald Trump. Carolina Peguero me acompaña en el estudio. Carolina, ¿qué tal? Muy buenas tardes. Carolina, muchas gracias. Vamos a empezar con una actualización de lo que está pasando en este momento acá en la capital, digamos, de las estaciones de mayo, 17 también las arrestadas.
Not right now, but you do have the National Guard on the ground here as
God damn, and now you guys are okay with that? Holy shit! You know how much it costs? You know how much it costs to send the National Guard to Colorado? And then can we get to the hotel? No, let's get to the airline. You guys gonna share a hotel? I hope you guys know what you're fucking fighting for. Yeah, it's not right. I gotta ask the guy. On Excuse me, sir. What did you guys eat last night? Did you guys eat good food last night? I'm not stepping in front of anything. What did you guys eat? Come on, you can tell me. What you eat? What you eat? Did the government take care of you? Yeah? Did the government take care of you? The government, did you guys protect you? You guys got pizza, huh? Costa. They told me. Did you guys at least get a good bed to sleep on? No? The government is supposed to take care of you. Did you guys at least get a hotel room? You know how much it costs to deploy the National Guard every day? You caught my eyes. I know you caught my eyes.
I do
Senadora, ¿cuál es su balance de lo que está ocurriendo acá en Los Ángeles, de lo que está ocurriendo en el restaurante de derechos que están aparentemente provocando un contacto entre ciudades del estado?
I'm sorry that your commander-in-chief is a total, raging, narcissistic, freedom-hating asshole. And a tyrant. Resistance to tyranny is an American duty. It is my duty. This is embarrassing.
Excuse me. Oh, I'm so sorry. Aquí les mostramos todos los puntos, no solamente las manifestaciones. Hay incluso y otra perspectiva ahora física. Vamos con Romy de Frías, que tiene más información en el centro. Romy, ¿qué tal? Sí, me va a quedar. ¿Cuánto tiempo le toca? O sea, ya, una persona. que me mucha preocupación sobre una cosa. Hay que tener mucho cuidado con lo que pueda pasar este fin de semana, que el partido de fútbol de la selección mexicana de un país centroamericano, en uno de los estadios de la cosa, las autoridades están pero hay mucha gente que dice que durante ese partido puede haber manifestaciones, puede haber algún tipo de solamente para tenerlo dentro del panorama. Estamos en cobertura especial. Estas manifestaciones en contra de las llegadas de ICE son manifestaciones que no son
This sister has defeated itself. We've seen it everywhere.